I was in middle school, probably 7th or 8th grade, and had just gotten home from school. We lived in a single wide mobile home. When you walked in the front door, you were dumped into the living room with a hallway and some bedrooms to your right. To your left was the kitchen and a hallway with the laundry room, bathroom, and my parents' bedroom at the end. My dad kept the desktop computer on a desk next to a window in the living room, where you could look left and see straight down the hallway to his bedroom. Anyway, I was home alone until my sister, who was in high school, returned home about an hour after me. While sitting at the computer, scrolling through Facebook, I kept having this strong feeling that I was being watched from the hall on my left, towards my parents' room. Every minute or so, almost subconsciously, I would look down the hall, feeling something's eyes on me. After about 5 minutes of repeating this, I told myself I'd look once more, then stop, because all I was doing was freaking myself out. So I do just that, except this time, I meet eyes with a woman standing at the edge of the kitchen and hallway. I completely froze. She was a partial apparition, mostly visible, but I could still see through her some. There was no colour to her except white. Her skin, eyes, hair, clothing, etc. We stared at each other for what seemed like eternity, but realistically about 15 seconds. And then I noticed that she had another spirit with her. To this day, it's still hard for me to remember what the other spirit was, but I know it was either a small child or a medium-sized dog. They just weren't my focus for some reason. The woman was. I blinked back to the woman, but she was gone, along with the other spirit that was with her. I told myself I was more than likely just seeing things from making myself paranoid, but still to this day, it haunts me. I wasn't afraid of the spirits themselves, more so just in shock that I actually saw something when I wasn't expecting to. I never saw the lady in white or her sidekick ever again. I wish I knew why she chose to show herself just that once. I grew up in a haunted house and have many stories from growing up there. I had become accustomed to the paranormal and accepted it. Fortunately, it was never anything malicious. Now, as a mother and living in a house and land that are not haunted, I appreciate that my children will not have to know the fear of growing up on haunted land or in a haunted house. My kids are pretty sensitive and think movies like The Good Dinosaur are scary, so we've never really dove into ghost stories with them. Odd that I was watching Freddy and Jason at their age, and my kids have no idea what horror genre is or what a vampire may be. Want to paint the picture that they're very sheltered from the paranormal. My husband doesn't believe in any of it, and I figure kids are smart and will eventually get it and will not need me persuading them one way or another. This is where my ghost story begins. My middle child, who's now 8, has had some encounters that make me believe she's either sensitive or has a really creative imagination. Last November, in the middle of the night, I heard my middle child screaming, "Mommy, Mommy, Mommy." This is out of character for her to wake up in the middle of the night. And this isn't an "I'm afraid of the dark" scream. This is a "I'm panicking" scream. I'm up and out of our room and to hers within seconds. She's on the top bunk. The bunk backs up to her older sister's room, and the closet is on the other side of that wall. I look around the room. The closet door is closed. The nightlight is still on. Nothing looks out of the ordinary. What's the matter? I'm scared. I can't sleep. And she's crawling into my arms over the rail, not going toward the ladder at the bottom of the bed. What is there to be afraid of, I think? Okay, well, I'm really tired, so why don't you come sleep on the floor next to my side of the bed? Okay. We get her settled in, and I lay back down, and she just keeps moving, restless, tossing and turning. Hey, why are you still awake? Everything okay? As a mom, I know she wasn't just scared and she isn't telling me something, but I gave her time. A few minutes later, "Do you think strangers can get into the house?" I don't think a stranger got into our house, do you? No, I don't think so, but what if they did? I think we're safe. Not only do we check the doors every night, We also have cameras on all the entrances that tell us when there's movement within range. I don't see anything out of the ordinary on the images, and we would never let a stranger in the house. I believe our security system keeps us as safe as possible. Silence follows. A few minutes later, more tossing and turning, and I think, well, this is it. No more sleeping today. Why do they always have to wake me up early on the weekend? 4:40 a.m. I ask if she's ready to go downstairs, and she more than happily agrees. We go to the basement so I could start some laundry. This is when she decides she's ready to talk about why she was screaming Mommy. Mom, I think I saw a ghost. Do you know what a ghost is? Last time you said you saw a ghost, you drew me a picture of the Pac-Man ghost. So what is a ghost? A ghost is a dead person, just like me and you, but the inside. Alright, what happened? I'm keeping busy with the laundry and listening, so I don't add any fuel to her story or show anything as concerning me. I woke up. I opened my eyes, and there was a little girl with her head on my pillow. Her mouth was open, and she had braids and a dress on. Well, that kind of freaked me out, so I decided to turn over and face the wall. The wall. There was this thing. It was all black. It had a pointy hood, and it was coming through the wall towards me. It was so dark, and that's when I started screaming for you. Can you describe this black thing? Have you ever seen a picture of it before? Not exactly, but it's like the dark pony on My Little Pony that has the jacket with the hood on it. But the hood was pointy at the top, and I couldn't see her face. It was scary. She's telling me this, and I'm absolutely amazed that the little ghost girl didn't scare her. Seriously, if I woke up to someone staring into my face like that, my reaction would be to turn around and face the wall. Now I'm concerned. What she's describing to me sounds like the Grim Reaper, and everything I know about that is it appears to those whom are about to die. I go back upstairs and I Google the Grim Reaper and show her one that doesn't have a skeleton face, but more of the hood style. Yes, Mom, that's exactly what I saw. She's now playing with her tablet, and I'm searching Google for what does it mean. I don't want my healthy 7-year-old girl taken away from me. What day is it? No. I can't believe this wasn't the first thing I thought about today. This is the first time in 8 years that this wasn't the first thing on my mind when I woke up. My 5-month-old niece died on this day 8 years ago. The loss still hangs heavy on our hearts. We didn't mention this to our kids. We were too busy this year, and we forgot to put out our remembrance candles. We haven't mentioned her in a long time. Did she get a visit from her? Is it just a coincidence that it was the same day she died 8 years ago? Why was the Grim Reaper or another entity be present with the little girl? Our house isn't haunted. We've been here 6 years. I can't find much about the Grim Reaper or anything like this happening to others, but it's freaked her out, and my mother too. She conveyed the fear she felt that day to her sisters. She wouldn't return to sleep in her room until mid-February 2019. She began by needing someone to go upstairs with her. She eventually would begin going in her room during the day, and only if someone else was with her. Then it grew to her going into her room during the day by herself, but never at night, and never to sleep. The 3 girls slept in a triple bunk in one of the rooms for almost 3 months, closest to our room, all throughout the holidays. She eventually returned to that room, after someone did die, my grandmother. A death I've dreaded for my whole life. She raised me, and was the mother figure in my life. It's been almost a year since this has happened, and nothing else has occurred since. The middle child sleeps in her room every night, and I don't want to ask her about it again, for fear that it will send everyone into being scared again. This occurred 12 years ago, as of yesterday. I remember this event due to hanging out with a cousin yesterday, on her anniversary, and this story occurred driving home from her wedding. My spouse and I were on our way home from this cousin's wedding. It was around 10:30 p.m. I remember checking the time due to being worried about having to host my sister's baby shower the next day. To help set the scene, Northeast USA in the fall is a small, historic suburban village. The suburb is built around a creek. We were passing an area that's filled with trees and not much street lighting. Some hills and declines on each side. Houses are hard to see from the road due to the trees not completely shedding their leaves yet, or the angle of their driveways with these hills and turns. I remember looking down at the time and back to the roads. We just turned left to go up a hill, which will start to level out as we approach the village area. But I noticed steam coming out of a drain on the right-hand side of the road. It's that time of year where fog is coming and drain water will be warmer than the air. Something about this steam didn't click with me. My brain kept telling me something is odd with this steam. My brain is telling me it should be coming out of a round drain, but I've never witnessed any steam that would swirl straight up 5 feet. My brain is also saying that the drain is too far away from the road edge. Why would someone put a drain in their front yard like that? As we pass this interesting steam mist, I look down at the ground to try to catch a glimpse of this drain. As we pass, my spouse yells, "Oh my God, did you see that?" No, I was looking at the ground. Why, what happened? You didn't see the lady in white standing in that yard? The old-fashioned dress? No, I was looking at the ground for the drain. Wait, what side of the road? After more discussions, we realised that we had both picked up on the same abnormality. They looked at it straight on, while my brain was fascinated by the source in the ground. My spouse is not someone that believes in the paranormal. This is the only time they've ever alluded to seeing something. To this day, they will not admit this occurred to anyone. Every time we take that way home, I look for the elusive drain. I've never found a drain on the side of the road there or in anyone's front lawn. I wish my brain would have used more logic, since that area drains down to the creek, and no storm drains are needed. This occurred when I was around 10 years old. I grew up in a small town and lived in a 3-bedroom, 1,500 square foot house with 6 people. This meant my sisters and I shared a small room. My grandma decided she was tired of having no space in our room with the 3 single beds, and it was time to get a bunk bed. In this small town, I remember shopping for this bunk bed in this rundown store. It wasn't the typical furniture store. I almost believe it was a second-hand shop or some kind of discount store. By the time I was in my teens, this building was turned into a billiard and game room. This place wasn't there long. The exciting day arrived. We put the bunk bed in the room, moved in a dresser with a small black and white old TV and Atari. These were not new, but moved from another location in the house. This was the late 80s. Yes, we had an Atari when everyone else had a Nintendo. The Atari and TV were placed so that I could sit on the end of the single bed and use it as a chair while we played the Atari. The space between the single bed and bunk bed was approximately 2 or 3 feet. This is when the paranormal activity in our room started to become frequent. I had opted to take the single bed since my sisters really wanted to sleep in the cool bunk bed. They have more stories than myself. Anyway, one night, I remember being alone in the room, playing on the Atari. My grandma and mum were talking to some family members that had stopped by, and my sisters were watching TV in the family room. Again, small house, small room. I know I was alone in the room. Being alone and being alone with the Atari was something that didn't happen often. I was focused on my game when, to my right, I could hear the bunk bed shake a little. Like someone just grabbed it and shook it for a second. That had to be in my imagination, right? A few seconds more go by and the thing shakes again, this time for a few seconds. I remember distinctly telling myself, don't be afraid, don't look, it's nothing. Almost to a new high score, and if I die, I don't have to give anyone else a turn. After a few seconds go by, as I keep playing my game, it shakes a third time, for what I remember being the same interval as the last. Again, I tell myself to be strong. Don't be afraid, it's just your imagination. Don't even look. Well, with whatever was happening, I must have pissed it off with my lack of response or acknowledgement. The bunk bed began violently shaking with no stopping. I stood up and ran, dropping the Atari paddle and hearing it swing into the dresser. I didn't get to beat my high score. My grandma and mum didn't believe me, was laughed at by the visiting family members. At least I didn't have to sleep in that bunk bed or go back into that room by myself. Last weekend, my girlfriend sent me a link to a Facebook post for a fairy museum and nature trail. She's excited to go there for a date. They have peacocks and I'm excited because I love nature. Sounds like a win-win. So I only look at the pictures of the post before saying yes. Later, we're in the middle of our date day and decide that yes, let's go to this museum, even though it's a little far away from where we live. The museum is down a small declining hill, just past a family-owned gas station. The hill is lined with witch glasses, succulents, and decrepit tricycles like a mock fence. Yet it still just seemed quirky when we arrived. There were peacocks as soon as you stood inside the main gate. This gate sectioned off the start of the nature trail, while in front of it was a series of old buildings, sheds, barns, which gave the effect of a very small town or compound. We start within the trail. On both sides atop posts there are birdhouses made to look like different styles of churches. And on each post there's a sign. Some say live, laugh, love. Others say you are a guest here. It's obviously an attraction with Christian themes, which is fine, but unexpected. None of the reviews mention any of this. They also failed to mention the clusters of stone angels and cherubs. The isolation trail that leads to the river like it has a purpose. The disembodied cows and moosehead on the way that I started to feel off 20 minutes into our walk. A little bit heavy, anxious, but without the racing heart. An uncomfortable feeling, but oddly, not one that made me want to leave. Maybe it was because the brush and bushes are so dense, you can't easily tell if there are children from a family ahead. Or if you're crying or the peacocks, as they sound very similar. We continue on past the two warm bronze statues of Einstein, Mark Twain, Lincoln, etc., and the tennis court-sized slabs of concrete hosting children's statues in various activities. Roller skating, stilt walking, reading, jumping. After another larger cluster of angels in prayer, we reach the end. We haven't even visited the little ghost town or the museum, but I'm starting to not want to stay. There are mannequins in the buildings. Not engaged in normal activities though, like you might think someone would use them for. In one building, a woman stands looking out the front door while another figure lurks in the background by the counter. Not at it, just by it. The more notably strange part was all the other 6 or 7 cars in the parking lot. Yet I had only seen 2 groups of people besides us. It was very quiet though, besides the crying. The radio seems to not want to work as we're leaving the site. It fades in and out quietly while we try to get Google Maps to connect. It does, once we leave. All we can do is laugh, almost hysterically, because the feeling changes the farther we go away from the place. The heaviness is dropping away, but slowly. I wasn't the only one who felt it, so was my girlfriend, who says she tried not to look at the angels for too long because she couldn't be sure they were not looking back at her as well. This incident took place 6 months back, after the Diwali festival. We have rented a house, and we've been staying there for almost a year. We have a neighbour who's a lady working in a hospital as a nurse. She was nice to us. She sometimes shared food with us. On Diwali occasion, we went back to our hometown because of holidays, but my sister came up early because she had some important office work. So after a couple of days later, I also came back and I was feeling uncomfortable in my apartment. I had a feeling that something bad happened. I came at that day late at night. I couldn't sleep because I didn't feel normal the whole night. I was awake, and around 2:30 a.m, I felt someone very close to me. I got out of bed and checked my room, but nothing was there. So I went back to get to sleep. Again, I felt someone was close to me, so I just stayed in the blanket and stayed awake the whole night. The next day, I asked my sister that where is our neighbour. I haven't seen her. My sister simply said nothing and ignored my questions, so I didn't ask twice. And a couple of days later, I told her about my experience, and then she told me the truth. My sister told me that our neighbour has been found dead in her apartment last week. My sister was crying while telling me this, and I was in trauma for a few seconds because I couldn't believe she was whole dead. Then I realised why I was feeling uncomfortable on that day when I got back to my apartment from my hometown. That lady was a good person. During Ramadan in the morning, she used to cook for us for a fast. She treated me like her son. Can't believe she's gone. I don't know her family background, but I know she was staying all alone in that apartment. I didn't get a good chance to say goodbye to her. That was the bad part. This isn't scary at all, but sometimes I feel her around me. Never seen, but I feel she's there. When I pass her apartment, I feel like the door will open and she'll come outside with her smile. I know it's never going to happen, but I always look at that apartment anyway. My aunt was a pagan. She taught me a lot, and I started my religious study around 13. I stayed in the church until I was older. Alone, my mother was not a fan of churches. I later realised I agreed with her, but I studied other religions for a while. Honestly, one of the reasons I stopped was walking into a Baptist church and being treated like a slut for refusing to let the boys touch or talk to me any way they liked. Anyways, my aunt taught me a lot, and I read a lot. And as it's never actually been my religion, I can say that it makes more sense to me than many others. My aunt died about 10 years ago. At the time, it floored me, as she died in a brutal car accident, and I was supposed to go with her. But she was a wonderful woman and loved me very much. So, of course, when I didn't get a visit from her right away, I thought to myself that the afterlife must not exist. But then something started to visit me at night. I don't know how else to explain it other than tickling along my forehead, third eye area, and my hairline, just in that area. So I naturally assumed it was her. It became a comfort to me at night. As I laid down for bed once in a while, the sensation would visit me. I'd even ask yes-no questions and try to get answers. What's weird is it's progressed throughout the years. At first it was once in a while, then nearly every single night. Now it happens basically daily, sun or moon. But it's driving me mad. I don't know if it's a spirit guide, my aunt, or my higher self. My best theory? As the daily visits started happening only a little over a year ago, when I found my faith in God again, after my mother died, is that something it's trying to reach me? And it's stronger the more open my mind is. I was 11 years old when my grandpa died. On that day, my brother and I were in the living room playing games on the PC. Suddenly, I turned around and I saw a pigeon standing on my window. In our country, that means something bad is about to happen. 30 minutes later, we got a phone call saying our grandpa died. Me being that young, I didn't understand what was going on. Later, we got to our grandparents' house, and the moment I stepped in, I smelled something. It smelled like death. I saw my grandpa lying in the casket. His pale skin, his eyes were wide open. I stood there watching my grandpa's lifeless body. A few days later, my grandma was scared to death. She couldn't sleep in her room, so she slept in the living room. She claimed that she saw him. Maybe it was her imagination, or she actually saw him. One day, we were all sitting in the living room when my mom decided to ask her, "Do you see him at night?" Grandma replied, "Yes, I see him every night. I'm terrified to sleep in our bedroom because I can see him and he talks to me." My grandparents slept in that room for 61 years, and this was a really big change for her. Everything she knew just disappeared. Let me tell you something about the house. The house is old. It was made from stone in 1958. Even in summer, it's a very cold place to stay. In the living room, she has these 3 old paintings that are painted with dark colours, and they're actually creepy religious. She also has a furnace, so that's the only warm place in the house. She has this big hallway and this really old mirror. It's so old, you can't even see your reflection. At the end of the hallway is the attic, turning left is the kitchen, and another scary long hallway that leads into another part of the house. That part of the house also has a big hallway and 6 rooms. All rooms are the same. But this one room was uncomfortable to me. The room itself was big. The ceiling was made of wood. The bed was in the middle, and next to the door was a big, scary wooden closet that I never opened. Why is that room uncomfortable for me? Because that's where my grandpa died, and whenever I enter that room, my hands are shaking like crazy, and I smell this exact smell I smelled 3 years ago, in that exact room where my grandpa died. I'm convinced that he's still roaming around the house, especially around those 6 rooms. So this is when I was a kid, around 8 or 9 years old, and had a family trip to our village. The village had no electricity back then. Around 17 years ago, where my grandmother stayed on her own. The day we visited, it always used to be a surprise as there was no phone connection too, and letters never arrived, so she wasn't well prepared to receive us. I clearly remember it was a vivid sunny afternoon. Granny asked if I wanted to go to the nearby woods. It's a very small patch of land with old trees. She'd be fetching wood for cooking. We went just about a few minutes' walk. Then what I can only describe, we heard a chopping kind of sound to our right. Granny simply shouted, "Who's there?" As the sound didn't stop, she walked towards it, and all I could see as we went closer, about a few meters away, there was an axe kind of weapon, cutting a tree on its own. The thing is, it was around only 1 or 2 feet off the ground. There wasn't anyone holding it, and the tree wasn't even shaking or something from the hit. I didn't get what I saw. Then my granny just grabbed me tight, asked me to stand behind her, and she asked again, "Who was there?" The sound stopped, and I didn't hear any footsteps either. She then literally dragged me by my hand to the house, where I was visibly shaken, terrified, and crying. She told something to my dad in the other room, and Dad seemed worried. I had high fever for the following days, and it subsided soon after a village priest gave me some weird turmeric-sweetened water to drink. I had asked Mom. She had no clue. My dad doesn't remember the events now. He had a stroke a few years back. My granny is very old now, doesn't say much, but whenever I ask, she says it was nothing, or sometimes says it was my uncle. But my uncle was in the house that day. I'm sure of it, and he's 5 to 10 feet tall. What was it, guys? I'm always kind of intrigued. This used to happen to me when I was a teenager, and lasted roughly from when I was 14 to 15 years old, shortly after I started high school. Before that, it had happened to me from time to time, but it was during those years that it was at its roughest and scariest. I dreaded going to sleep back then, because for a time, this would almost happen to me every day at about the same time. Back then, when I went to sleep every night at about 3 or 4 a.m, in the morning, I'd be awakened by the same dream or nightmare. It would start out as me hearing someone opening my room door, and what I would see was a little shadow child peering out from it, and then rushing towards me and jumping on my chest. It felt as if a massive weight were on my chest, and all I could do was just struggle to breathe while having the greatest fear that I had ever felt course through me at the same time. In these events, I could have done nothing but just simply wait it out. It often felt like it would go on for minutes at a time, but in actuality, it probably lasted 30 or so seconds. The scary part in all of this was that whenever this happened, I would wake up sometime before, just enough for me to stare at my wall clock. And when it knew I knew what time it was, that was when it would strike. Also, afterwards, whenever I was awake and had run out of my bed and turned on the lights in my bedroom, the door would always be slightly open. Just a few inches. This was what separated it from what I now know as night paralysis. The scary part of all of this was what it seemed to have known that I could do nothing against it, as I was too scared to tell my parents and my siblings because I didn't want to think I was crazy or a coward, so I just dealt with it. It only stopped once I had stopped getting afraid of it and simply just let it do what it did. I mean, I couldn't run away, nor did I want to tell anyone, so as a kid I just let it happen night in and night out. It eventually stopped, but for that year in my life, it was one of the most traumatic and scary in my life. For context, when I graduated from college and was living alone in my first apartment by myself, I was able to find cheap enough but a decent place to live in my city. The rent was $600 a month for a one-bedroom, 1 block from downtown, which was a steal. But I later came to find out that the reason for my cheap rent was because the place was haunted, which my apartment manager had forgotten to mention. Also for reference, I was prone to sleep paralysis as a kid and had previously lived in a haunted house, and my parents believe in ghosts. I was also working an average of 60 hours a week at my new out-of-college job. The first week of my stay at my new apartment was rather normal, just moving in stuff and getting accustomed to the neighbourhood. But I would just find that things seemed to have been moved on their own, and I just seemingly misplaced things, which was not how I did things. See, I'm a very organised person in general, and me having moved things and forgotten about them was just too out of character, and I had no roommates to blame but myself. Well, that was how it started, at least. It progressively got worse as I stayed longer there. Things would go missing. Then I would see orbs around the house late at night in my living room. The occasional cold spots, shadows running about my house in the corner of my eyes, footsteps in the middle of the night in my small hallway. And the scariest had to be when I saw a full-bodied apparition of a shadow person in my living room. Now, I used to have night terrors or sleep paralysis as a teenager, and in this apartment, I had started to have them all over again. I didn't think this was a coincidence back then and dealt with them as I did as a kid. Just let it happen. Though this time things did not simply just go away as I tried to ignore them. It all culminated when I had a nightmare that someone was just chasing me and caught me, grabbing me by the arm and pulling me away. As I woke up from this dream, scared as hell, I had found that there was a long scratch mark where whatever it was in the nightmare had grabbed me. Needless to say, this scared the piss out of me, but I still chose to stay in that apartment, as I still had a lease that I didn't want to break. I had to do this because, as a joke, a friend decided to take me out on her birthday to go look at shelter cats. Since on her birthday, my city held an event to get as many shelter cats adopted. I had joined her for the heck of it, and never planned to adopt any cats, since I was a dog person. Long story short, I ended up adopting the most unfriendly, unsociable cat in the shelter, because the cat chose me. It simply walked up to me and rubbed up against my leg, purred, and said it was going home with me. And it did. I named her Kitty. Well, when Kitty moved in, all the hauntings in the house stopped. She was a bitch of a cat and super territorial. I do not know what she did or how she did it, but the hauntings that had bothered me for months disappeared almost overnight. I guess she brought in a different, more overpowering energy than whatever spirits were there. I was working my first real job after college, putting in 60 hours a week, and had finally gotten a weekend to myself, and I decided to do nothing but just stay in with no clothes on all weekend. I was sitting down on my couch and watching Netflix in my living room, and had fallen asleep. Sometime later in the middle of the night, I had woken up and felt a chill go past me. I looked up and saw a shadow in the corner of my living room and was scared stiff. I tried to move but was too scared to, as I saw that the shadow seemed to be growing as it looked at me. But just then, I also realised that I was naked. I don't know if it was the 60-hour-long work weeks or me being a young naked male in my own living room, but the stupid thought came into my mind. Has this ghost been watching me all alone, sleeping naked in the living room? Is my ghost a pervert? At the thought of this, I started laughing and couldn't stop and just forget about that ghost that had just scared me stiff earlier. But that wasn't even the worst of it. I didn't realise it, but in the interval of the ghost scaring me and the thought of it perving out at me, I had gotten an erection. Yeah, I was literally scared stiff. It was really a mess of how to feel. I don't know whether if I should have felt scared, shame, or just stupid. Either way, it totally made me forget about the apparition and totally changed the way I'd thought of the haunting in my apartment. It made me think if I were the one who was actually haunting the ghosts or spirits in the house with my naked presence. Anyway, the idea of getting sexually aroused by the presence of a ghost had become far more scarier at that moment than the actual ghost. Needless to say, that was not my first nor last encounter in my haunted apartment, naked. In 2015, I was on a boat travelling from Sweden to Estonia with my family. It's a small cruise ship with maybe 100 people on board. I get pretty claustrophobic in tight quarters with a lot of people, so I tried to stay on the deck as much as I could. It helped that the views we passed as we sailed were incredible. Small islands with little cottages, deep blue waters and a clear sky. I enjoyed standing by the rail of the ship and looking around, which is how I saw the thing. I heard a sound from below me, near the water. I don't know what the sound was, I can't recall, but I looked down anyway. 4 long, thin horns sticking directly out of the water in front of me. They were easily 4 feet long from the top of the water, where I assumed the base was to be tapered tips that stood in the air. At first I thought maybe it was the remnants of something that had sunk, but it moved with the boat. It had a motion like a swimming shark, slightly side to side, and it swam directly beside the boat for at least a minute. Then it dove down, the sabres disappearing under the water, like how a whale dives down after surfacing. The sabres were positioned as if they were the points of a regular diamond or rhombus. Each one was about 3 feet away from the other. I've researched fish and animals that live in those waters and can't find anything that matches what I saw. No one else saw it to my knowledge, or if they did, they kept it to themselves, like how I did. I've experienced different paranormal events throughout my life, and I've always been on the fence believer. Working in theatres for so many years, I'd heard things often, seen a few things here and there, but nothing got under my skin as much as the subliminal haunting I experienced. I had just moved with my parents into an older house, in a new state and town. The previous owners had left a lot of things behind, mainly storage bins in the attic and a few decorations, and I would always find the most interesting things in my room. I was in my second year of undergrad and was staying home for the summer, and I started having these dreams. In these dreams, I was always very sick and dying, or someone I loved was dying, and they needed a bone marrow transplant to live. I dreamt about this every night, until I left to go back to school. Then I was obsessing over it. All I could think about was the donating bone marrow, to the point that when I heard a Be The Match rep was coming to my campus, I signed up to donate with them without even thinking twice. As soon as I signed up, the dreams and obsessions stopped. It was like I was finally calm and all of this deep-rooted anxiety left me. I texted my mom that I had made a big decision and wanted to call and talk to her, and she called me almost immediately. The weirdest thing happened to me today, she said. I told her that I had a weird day too, but she continued. There was a 5K that went through our neighbourhood today. I asked around to figure out what it was for, and it turns out it was to raise money for this bone marrow transplant charity, in honour of the woman who used to live in our house. She died waiting on a transplant. Isn't that weird? And we didn't even know it. Sometimes seeing things or hearing things aren't as scary as feeling things deep inside, like the need to help when someone is in need, even if that someone isn't alive anymore. A call for help from beyond the grave. I stayed on the list for a full 3 years and plan to continue being available as a donor. My mother and I have always had odd things happen to us. When I was younger, music boxes would play on their own at night. Toys would end up in places I hadn't put them. My mother has caught a voice on a recording she couldn't explain. Basically, we both had a slew of experiences we both just dismissed as our imaginations or coincidence. One night, my mother and I sat in the living room of our new apartment. My parents had just gone through a terrible divorce, with my brother and I separated in the custody battle. Both my mum and I were emotionally hurt, stressed, and generally in a dark place of our lives. We sat in the living room, cutting off the TV, as we started to wind down for the night. As I stood up and my mother started to head for the stairs, both stopped. Right in front of us, a bright, incandescent ball of light just appeared. It was hot white at the centre, with an orange afterglow around it. It floated at eye level for a few seconds. Then, almost as if in slow motion, the ball flew to the other side of the room and disappeared. My mum and I looked at each other. She asked if I had seen it. I nodded. She asked me to tell her specifically what I had seen. She had seen the very same thing. We still talk about it. When times get particularly tough for either of us, or we're feeling isolated and alone, we remind each other that maybe something is looking out for us, and that our mother-daughter bond is powerful, and maybe even a little magical. I still don't know what the light was. I feel like it may have been a past loved one, my grandmother or aunt on my mom's side, someone who came to comfort both of us. Either way, I wonder if I'll ever see it again, or if it would only come back if my mum and I were together in the same room under similar circumstances again. Back in 2016, I was dating this guy who happened to live right down the street from me. I used to walk to his house at all times of the night. We live in a small city in upstate New York, and the closest wooded area is about 5 to 10 minutes from where we live. So this night in particular, it was around 11 PM. I was making my way to his house as usual, and once I got there, I decided to smoke on the back porch before letting him know I had arrived. While I was smoking, I was actually on the phone with a friend, and had my flashlight on as well. It was pretty dark back there. All of a sudden, I started to hear twigs breaking and leaves crunching. There were maybe 2 or 3 trees in his backyard, and like I stated before, the woods are a bit away from us. Anyway, once I noticed the noises, I pointed my flashlight in the direction I thought it was coming from. Then, my phone battery drained to 0% and my phone died. I noped the fuck out of there as fast as I could and ran to the door. Once I was there, I tried putting my phone back on and it was fine. My battery was back to 70% too. I don't know what the fuck that whole incident was, but I really want some type of opinion on it. So I have a billing up tray where I roll my spliff. On that tray I keep a purse. In that tray I keep my tools. I sat on the floor between my bed and the window. I opened my laptop and set it on my bed and found something to watch on Netflix. The space between my bed and the floor is just big enough for me to sit in. So by sitting on the floor, I'm eye level to the screen on my bed, and I can reach up and wash the spliff out the window. When I smoke in my room, I sit on the floor because smoke rises, and I like to imagine it's just wafting out the window. So I'm sitting on the floor, I've set up the Mac, I've rolled my first spliff of the night on my tray on the floor. When I've finished building it, I slide the tray slightly under the bed because, as I said, it's a small space between the bed and window. I spark the spliff with my yellow lighter and I smoke my spliff. The spliff goes out a couple of times. I relight it. The spliff goes out again and I look for the lighter. It's gone. Earlier that day, I had been watching videos about parallel universe theories and the Mandela effect. So after checking the obvious places, my tray, my little bag, the windowsill, I think to myself, maybe I've jumped realities. But let me be clear, I haven't moved from this space. 100% certain of it, I haven't moved. I've not been paying attention to where I've been putting the lighter, but I haven't had to look far the previous times the spliff has gone out. So I'm certain I'm going to find it. It's 100% within arm's reach of where I'm sitting. So I check the obvious places again and again. It's not on the windowsill, under the bed, on the bed, under the mat, in my pockets. It's not anywhere. By now I'm getting frustrated. I want to finish my spliff and go to bed. I've turned the purse inside out. Literally every crevice. I'm looking in places that it clearly isn't going to be because, again, I haven't moved. But I look anyway. On top of the wardrobe, where I keep my tray when it's not in use. Everywhere. At this point, I'm scared to widen my search beyond my room, because if I find it anywhere outside of my room, I'm going to be scared. But I need a light, so I hesitate, but I decide to go look around the rest of the house. I even go outside in case it's fallen out of the window onto the grass, and I can't see it in the dark. So I do that. Anyway, the point is, my search was extensive. No lighter, so I gave up. So now my silly thought about jumping realities isn't feeling so silly. So I say out loud, just know that you're going to have to put this lighter back somewhere really creative, or not at all, in order for me to not think that I've jumped dimensions. I say this as if I'm talking to a ghost or something. I don't know. But anyway, the next morning, it's still playing on my mind. I pull my tray down and have another look around my bed and window in the light of day. Nothing. By the evening, I've forgotten all about it, and I'm pulling my tray down from the top of the wardrobe again for my evening spliff. There it is. On my tray, right there. The tray's squeaky clean from my previous night's extensive search. Just my bag of tools and weed. And the lighter. My first memories are weird to say the least. I can remember black and darkness, and slowly after that, flashes of light. Quickly following were instants in time where things were happening. Just that they didn't happen yet. At first they were still frames like photos, but it felt like I was living in the frame. Soon after, scenes started to flash one after another, playing out things I didn't recognize or understand. Slowly, everything caught up and I was currently me, a little kid living with my parents. I didn't understand what happened at the time or why, and while it was happening, I didn't seem to think or feel really, just remember. Soon after though, I started to recognize scenes in my life that hadn't played out yet, and know things that I shouldn't have known. It was never as specific as I know this person's name, but I could tell you if I was related to someone before being introduced by the family, or how certain things would play out in certain situations. As I grew older, the memories of these scenes started to become vague, and I started to have periodic déjà vu, having strong feelings of how certain things would play out. The duration between this déjà vu started to become longer and longer between each event, and the feeling of how it would play out has dulled to just recognition that I'd seen it before. I think it's been almost 2 years since any déjà vu. I told my family about it when I was much younger, and they thought it was weird, but they didn't think I was lying to them. I've accepted that it could have been my brain tricking itself into déjà vu, but I still remember having that as my first memory, and the things that happened after. I was coming home from a friend's house about 2 weeks ago. It was after watching the second episode of the new AHS season. I got a text from my mom saying that the power went out in the house. It wasn't raining or anything, but our neighborhood had lost power previously during a storm a few weeks prior, so I had assumed that it was just an overlying issue from that. It was also fairly windy, so maybe a tree branch blew against the power line or something. It could have really been anything. As we drove into the neighborhood, I was looking at other houses and streetlights. All the power seemed to be on. I was joking with my friends about my luck, because I assumed that maybe the power outage was just confined to my street. Pulling up, I saw that my streetlights were still on and all of my direct neighbours still had power. At this point, I was getting worried, simply because I thought that there was an issue with our house. Our house isn't in the best condition, and I'm always worried about issues with it due to our financial situation. It was around 12:30 when I walked in, so I was surprised to see that my mom was still awake. The living room was pitch black, except for the blue lights on our couch and armchair. They're electric recliners, so the buttons glow so we can see them in the dark. I thought it was weird that those still had power when nothing else did. I asked her if her breaker was flipped, whether or not she already tried the test and reset buttons on the outlets, and a few other things I found online. She told me that she tried everything and nothing had fixed it. She then started to show me what worked and what didn't. I thought that the power was out entirely, but it seemed instead it was just very weak. In the garage and both bathrooms, none of the outlets worked, but the lights would. When we turned them on, they would flicker. Other than these lights and the buttons on the furniture, it seemed like power was completely gone. My mom called the power company, who told her that they would send someone out to the house to check on the situation. At this point, I was reading a lot online and was convinced that he would have to hire an electrician. I was really worried, but my mom said we'd just deal with it as it happened. I walked into my room to get ready for bed. I had assumed the power was off here as well since my fan wasn't on. However, I realised that my light switch was just turned off. If my light switch is off, there's no power to anything in my room. I flipped it just in case, and to my surprise, my lights and fan came on immediately. It wasn't like the garage or bathrooms where the lights would just flicker. I actually had full power to my entire room and every outlet. It was really strange, since there was no other power in the rest of the house. I just decided that I was lucky, took off my glasses, and crawled into bed. I have issues sleeping, so I usually lay in bed on my phone while it charges. That's what I did this night. I figured my room had power, so I wouldn't have to worry about my phone charge. Around 2 in the morning, I noticed a bright blue glow from my doorway. I usually sleep with the bedroom door open so that my dog can come and go as she pleases. So if the TV is on in the living room, I can see the light in the hallway from my bed. The issue here is that the power was still completely out. The AC units in the living room were still off, and if the power had come back on, our TV wouldn't have turned on anyways, unless we did it ourselves. I looked at the door, and I saw that the blue light was coming from a tall figure. It was just standing in the doorway, and my eyes were pretty bad, so it was very blurry. I couldn't make out any facial or other distinguishing features. I didn't feel like I was in danger, but I was still pretty wary because I've never had an experience like this. I've heard voices and seen shadow people and all manner of other things, but this was completely new. I stayed very still, and after a few seconds, the figure looked like it was walking away. The light faded as it moved down the hallway, eventually disappearing. As soon as the light had completely disappeared, the power went off in my room. It was very quiet, and I was thinking that maybe it was just my mom with the phone flashlight checking on me. The electric company did say that they would be coming by to check on the house and power lines, so maybe she was still awake. Like I mentioned, my eyesight is very bad, and the blue light could have possibly been from a phone flashlight. The thing that struck me as odd was what this all happened completely without noise. Usually, I can hear her bed when she gets up, and the hardwood creaks when anybody walks in the hallway and living room. I called for her, asking if the power company was here. No response. I wait and call again. Still nothing. I decided to get out of bed. I put on my glasses and walked into the living room to see if she was out there. She wasn't. It was even darker than before as the lights on the furniture had gone out as well. I walked back to her room and saw her on the bed with the dog, dead asleep. It was obvious that she hadn't been out of bed. I decided not to dwell on it. Like I said, a lot of weird things happened to me that I tried to take in stride, so I messaged my group chat about it and crawled back into bed. I eventually fell asleep. The next morning when I woke up, the power was back on in the entire house. Everything worked fine. I talked to my mom and asked what the issue was. She said that the power company got people out early that morning, around 4 or 5. They called her after they left and left a message on a voicemail that simply said that they had no idea. By the time they came around, the power had seemed fine, and they saw no issues with our power transformer or power lines in the area. Truthfully, the whole situation was very weird. When I looked it up, all the things I saw on Google were saying that the power situation in the house was something that could happen, but required an experienced electrician to fix, usually from inside the house. How did it just resolve on its own? Why did only our house have power issues at all? And finally, what was the deal with both the glowing blue figure and the fact that the power worked fully in my room when it worked nowhere else? It was all very odd. I direct a bunch of kids each year about stage theatre, and one of my new kids who's worked with this year experiences this. He heard it through one of the more senior boys who said he noticed the kid, who we'll call John for privacy's sake. He said that he saw John looking at something weirdly and leaning forward and went to ask what was up. John said that he doesn't want to tell because people wouldn't believe him, but that he sees shadow figures around. He doesn't see facial features or anything, just the figure itself, and it eventually just vanishes as if it implodes. At this point in time, they had been on the theatre stage that we practiced on, and had said that he saw a shadow by the back wall. And he had heard whispering and was trying to make out what he was saying. Apparently something with an S sound. After he had spoken with him in more detail, he told me that apparently it started when he was a kid, and he hadn't thought much of it. But later that day, he had gone over to a relative's place and saw a picture of his great-grandfather that looked oddly like the shape of the shadow. However, it's not just one shadow he sees multiple. Bring him back to the present day. When asked what he sees right now in the theatre, he said he sees one by the back wall, one by one of our props, which was a fountain, one by the back exit, and one in the audience. They never do anything to him, and he has experienced this for so long that it doesn't bother him anymore. Apparently, when he closes his eyes to go to sleep, he still hears them whisper, but it doesn't bother him as he's used to it. This is where things get a little more interesting. The boys do bonding activities, where they share their honest highs and lows. And apparently, when someone is upset or sad, the shadows converge on them. So when the boys had sat in a circle and shared their stories, the shadows stand around or behind the kid, who's at that moment sharing the sad story or in a sad state, which is a reason John doesn't want to speak to anyone regarding this, because he says it helps him figure out when someone is sad and that he can try to help them. And finally, the senior kid had spoken to John in the wing and said that wants to test something, and sat across from John and started telling a sad story to see if a shadow appears behind him. And he slowly noticed John's eyes start to move away from him and back to him as if he were distracted. He had stopped the story and asked if there was something behind him right now. John nodded to say yes. And the senior kid said, "What if I try to touch it?" John had shrugged. With the understanding that John would do something if he gets possessed, he tried to walk to the spot where John said the shadow was standing. He said he felt a chill, and nothing more. Wanted to know if anyone has any ideas or similar experiences which would help figure out how to help this kid. I'm a descendant of the famous Winchester. She was my third aunt. She's part of my mother's side of the family, and my family has a fuck ton of demonic things, spirits and ghosts. I've even seen a hellhound running across roofs when I was walking home with my buddy Gabe and his Australian shepherd called Blue. I'm going to tell my stories, then my mother's, then my uncle's, then my grandparents'. I'm going to start with the newest story and go backwards timeline-wise. So the newest one I remember was done by my own ghost, whom I have named James, who's a poltergeist, whose name means noisy ghost, and he lives up to that name, because when I was getting Halloween stuff out of the crawl space of my grandparents' house, that and a box of Christmas stuff got pushed off another box, and it didn't just fall. No. It didn't just go downwards, it went flying sideways, and I just said, "Hey, James," as I picked up the box and put it back where it felt and pushed it back to where it was before. This next one is the one I teased at the start with the hellhound bounding across the tops of houses. My friend Gabe with his dog Blue was walking me to my home after a few hours of playing video games at his house, and we were listening to the amazing horror YouTuber called Mr. Nightmare. I don't remember what one we were listening to at the time. I think it was a trucker horror story. Blue started walking slower, and I then looked away from the phone and my buddy. I looked up at the roofs on the same street as my house. Gabe lives a street or two away, and it's around a quick 5-minute walk if you're going at a normal walking speed, but we were walking slowly at the time. Now at this point I froze, as Blue did, as I saw this huge thing going across the roofs, and I said, "Hey Gabe." "Yeah? What the fuck is that thing?" Then he saw that thing, and then it made a sound like a screaming mixed with an evil howl. This thing was huge, and it scared the shit out of us. After that thing ran off and jumped off the roof into our backyard, we turned off the phone and stood there for what felt like years, when it was most likely only around a minute or two. We then just walked home, and I acted like nothing happened, because I've seen a lot of paranormal shit. Now for the one before that. Gabe and I were at a casino with his parents, and were taking pics with my phone at the time, and that phone was an S5, the ones known for exploding, but that's not part of the story. Now when we were looking back over the photos in the car ride home, we saw something or someone in one of the pics. It was almost as tall as one of the decorative beams of the walls. That beam was 10 to 25 feet high on the wall, and it was staring at the camera. We looked back at those photos a few days later, but the photo was gone. No one had touched my phone, and I didn't delete anything. The next one was done by James yet again, or it might be my dead sister Grace, who is also in the list, but we'll get back to her later. So my grandfather and I were going up the stairs at my home. Now my room is at the top of the stairs and to the right. My room then started playing either metal or dubstep. Now mind you, there was nothing that could have even made noise, and nothing that could make anything that sounds like what I listened to. My grandfather and I both heard it, so we opened the door, and it stopped. I was alone in an old farmhouse that my partner, our baby, some friends and I had rented for 10 days. They all went out to dinner while I stayed home to babysit our 2-year-old. I was on the couch reading, and I had the monitor on in his room with the volume up. I thought I heard something at about 10 p.m. and checked the monitor. I then heard my baby sneeze, and right after, as clear as day, a voice came over the monitor and said, "Bless you." Our baby doesn't speak English. He speaks Italian and Romanian, so he wouldn't have known how to say the words. I was taken aback, but I also have a sensitivity to paranormal and knew as soon as I entered the house a few days earlier, there was a presence. Not a bad presence, but something there. I actually felt it was nice, kind. The "bless you" confirmed that for me. I went down to check my baby's room just in case. Of course, there was nothing there and he was sleeping peacefully. I didn't say anything to my partner. They got really scared about these things. When they got home, we stayed up a little, then all went to bed. One thing to add, our baby's porta-cot was in the same room my partner and I were sleeping in. Then, in the morning, we woke to find my baby's porta-cot filled with books. He was in the middle of them all, some open, some closed, sleeping away peacefully. It must have had about 20 in there. We had placed a porta-cot near a bookshelf, but the barriers around the cot went up to my baby's head when he was standing. There's no way he could have reached over the edge, grabbed 20 books, and grabbed them into his cot. All the while not waking my wife and I, and not making any noise. No books were on the ground around his cot either. He's still only little. There's no way his little hands would have been able to drag some of the bigger books into his cot in the first place. He would have definitely dropped at least one of them, if it somehow were him that placed them there. My partner and I just looked at each other in amazement. They asked me if I felt anything in the house. We were leaving that day, so I told them about the night before. They were glad to leave, but I was kind of amazed and pleased that our friendly ghost was kind of looking after our little one all night with "bless you" and reading material. I saw something when I was a teen, and I don't know if I truly saw something, or if my eyes played tricks on me. I was a teen, a junior in high school, and I have a kid brother who was 1.5 at the time. My parents' house was a traditional shotgun type style, and my dad turned the garage into a dining room. It's also connected to our kitchen, so if you sit in the dining room, you'll have a clear view of the hallway. My room is at the end of the hallway, and my brother was sleeping in there. I didn't know that my mom had put him to sleep in my room at the time. I was doing homework, and my mom was in the back gardening. My grandma also lives with us, and she was in the living room watching TV. I was super focused doing homework and got really thirsty. I went to grab my glass of water when in the corner of my eye, I saw a really dark shadow. I turned slowly, and this thing looked like a dark black blob that made sense. It doesn't look like a person or a silhouette of anything resembling a person. I sat there and saw this black blob-looking shadow thing slowly going into my bedroom, and my train of thought got interrupted by my baby brother screaming. He started yelling and ran out of the bedroom. Because he's only a bit over a year old, he doesn't know how to walk or run well yet, so he was tripping over and crawling half the time. He was bawling his eyes out and was screaming for our mom. I was preoccupied after calming him down, but after that instant, I've never seen the black shadow again. He also couldn't sleep alone anymore. He used to be able to sleep anywhere my mom set him on, but after that instance, he would sleep and then start bawling aftermath. I couldn't explain that, and I still think about it from time to time when I visit my parents. I've never seen the thing again. My brother eventually grew up and outgrew the fear of sleeping alone. Has anyone ever experienced anything like that? Saw something like a super dark black shadow? I usually see shadow-like people. They have an outline of a person. So seeing a black blob was just weird. I'm terrified of the bathroom. We only have one full bathroom, and I don't remember how or when I was scared of it. But I hate using that bathroom. I would try not to take showers if I can. We have a window on top of the bath, and it's a typical foggy glass type. You can sort of see outside if someone stands out there, but the privacy glass makes it hard to make out the actual features, if that makes sense. This one of the many scary encounters from this damn bathroom I hate so much. One night, I was taking my usual shower. I tried to relax, but I had that feeling that something was watching me. I'm sensitive to things, and I can feel the room or area get really staticky. I don't know how to explain it, but my body just tingles. Like when your leg falls asleep and you get that weird tingling sensation. It starts on the top of my head and moves to the left side of my face. If it's really bad, my whole body would get tingly. I take a really hot shower, so it fogs up the mirror without fail. I had that sensation suddenly, and it was very intense. I tried to ignore it and told myself it's nothing. I just need to hurry up and finish my shower so I can get out of there as fast as I can. I was so close to being finished, and something told me to not look at the window. I should have listened to the voice inside my head, but of course I didn't. Like an idiot. I scrubbed off, grabbed the towel, and as I dried myself off, I told myself that there's nothing at the window. I'm imagining things. Maybe I was trying to prove something. So with some self-talk, I finally got brave and looked up to the window, and I saw a face pressed against the glass. You would have to be 10 foot tall to be able to reach that high. I screamed. I also tripped over the bathtub and fell. My parents heard me and tried to open the door. I was an idiot and just screamed instead of going to the door or running out. The face was gone, and then I ran out. My dad got the hammer because he was going to break the bathroom door down. Luckily, I wasn't hurt, but I told my parents what happened, and my dad was so mad. He doesn't believe in stuff like this, and I was 14 at the time, so he said I'm too old to be this scared of that kind of BS. I brushed it off as a figment of my imagination, and I never talked about it again until a few years ago. I was 25, and I was visiting home. I don't remember how the conversation came up, but my mom talked about that time I fell in the bathroom. So I told her about what I saw or thought I saw. She then told me in a quiet voice that she also saw the same man. But I didn't say anything because my dad would get upset. She said that she would see a shadow figure standing outside of the window at night when she showers. She would say, "We don't have anything to do with each other. You go your way and I'll go mine," and it would look away. I learned that day that my mum and grandma have some chilling stories of their own. So around 2018, I was seeing a girl who lived 2 hours north from where I lived. Now, I don't visit her house too often, but I remember it vividly. She lived with her mother in a very rural town up north, and you'd have to drive some more to a small log cabin they lived in. She told me how her house is haunted, and that in the night, she would hear footsteps in the living room above her, even when her mother was away for work. I should mention, she had her room in the basement. Not only were there footsteps, but also knocking, replying to what she asked. So fast forward to the night. We are sleeping in bed, and for reference, the way the room was positioned, there was like a 2-meter hallway leading from the stairs to the rest of the basement and where the bed was. We were sleeping so that we could see into the hallway. Around 2 or 3 a.m. I woke up. I was confused as to why I woke up. I guess just in between dreams, but I turned my head to where the basement stairs were, and looking right back at me was a black figure. I froze. I knew what I saw was real because I knew for a fact I was awake at that point. It was a black silhouette of a man looking around the corner, so I saw only the upper body. As we looked at each other for a good minute, it slowly pulled back around the corner, and shaken up a little, I closed my eyes hoping to sleep it off. That morning, I told my partner what happened, and she shrugged it off as a normal occurrence, but not worried, because according to her, whatever it was, it never came downstairs. I don't believe it was the last time I saw it though. Later on, I was eating in the kitchen, and out of my peripheral, I kept seeing a black silhouette of a man in the corner of the kitchen. But I thought it was still shaken up from last night. Their mother told me that they have 2 domains attached to her. For those who don't know, Domovoy is a spirit from Russian folklore who lives in your house and protects it from fires and keeps it clean. But she told me a story where she left for work for a few days, and her husband at the time stayed at her house, who a day or 2 later called her yelling and freaking out about 2 creatures not leaving him alone there and following him around the house. I know it sounds crazy and all over the place, but it happened, and I'm recalling it to the best of my ability. Fast forward to 2020. I'm seeing a different person and live in a different town, but there was one more event that will forever be in my mind. We were in their house in the attic. It's a living space along with some storage. I was asking it about the history of the house and previous owners. It was night and the lights were dim, so I thought something spooky would be fun. They told me how 3 or 4 people died in this house, and actually someone hung themselves in that same attic. That moment, I felt uneasy and a chill. I started looking around the room, scared to see a ghost. I looked at a corner 3, maybe 4 meters away from where we were sitting. There was a silhouette of a woman in a dress, pressed up against a corner. I'm not sure how, but I'm certain it had 2 angry eyes looking at me. Me and my partner jumped up, shining a light into the corner, but as expected, nothing was there. I don't remember why we stayed there a little longer, but I remember feeling the air get heavy, and like 2 icy hands were touching my shoulders and neck. We rushed downstairs, and my partner grabbed sage. After using the sage in the attic, there were no more occurrences with me, but I don't think it means never in my life. Going back all those years takes us back to when I was 5, and my family had just purchased an empty lot that used to be farmland. It was perfect to build a new house for my mom, dad, brother and I. At least, that's what was thought at the time. There were many issues that sprang up during the building process, and it took a few months longer than it should have to be finished. Finally completed, we moved in. Not long after, everything changed. I vividly remember a dream I had a few nights after moving into the house. This was merely a prelude to what would come. In the dream, the house was as it was in normal life. The basement was unfinished, and all that was down there was support beams and a concrete floor. There was something in the basement, whispering, calling out to me. I stared down the stairs, and a figure was standing half behind a support. When I saw the figure, I immediately woke up. I find it a little odd that I can remember a dream like that after all these years, but I guess looking back, it was kind of a premonition in the way. Following that nightmare, things started to kick up in the house. For activity in the home, I'll start with a story my mother told me recently. Randomly one day, she asked if I remember asking her about the black thing. Of course, I remembered the figure, but as for asking her about it, I was clueless. She then told me about one day we came back from walking my brother to the bus stop, and as we were coming back, I paused and turned to my mother. Completely unaware anything was out of sorts, I asked her, "Do you see the black thing over there?" My mother saw nothing. She was a bit freaked out now and quickly got me in the car and left, calling my father to tell him. This apparently wasn't the only time I asked her. One day, while getting ready for school, my mother was helping me, and I casually told her, "Mommy, that black thing is in your room." From my doorway, I could see perfectly into my parents' adjacent room. I'm pretty sure at this point, my mother was convinced our house was haunted. As for things that I remember happening in that house, during the day, things were usually pretty calm. The only incident I can remember happening during the day was another time my mother and I were alone, and I was sitting in the living room before school. Mom was down the hall, and 5-6-year-old me heard something upstairs, which was pretty weird, considering it was our empty attic. Pretty freaked out, I went down the hall and almost ran into my room who was coming to get me. We locked eyes as if to say, "You hear that too?" Above us, it sounded like someone wearing heavy boots was running across the attic. Then there was pounding like someone trying to escape. My dad was called to investigate. He poked his head in the attic and saw nothing. After further investigation, there wasn't any way for even an animal to get in. After that, I knew something wasn't right in the house. Things escalated from that point on. You always felt watched. During the day, during the night, constant. I wouldn't leave my back to a doorway the entire 7 years I lived there. Even when I would play with toys, I'd hide behind my bed, away from the door. At night, you'd feel as though someone was standing over you. A few times, I woke up to see someone there. After rubbing my eyes, wishing I was still dreaming, it'd still be there. At the end of the bed. Always watching. It got to the point I'd just brush it off, pull the covers over my head, and go back to sleep. It recently came out that my mom had similar experiences, only she never saw the thing. I always saw this shadow man. Typical, I know. I remember though, when I'd have to walk from the living room to the dining room, I'd always wait for someone else to go with me. The hallway ran between the two rooms, and my parents' bedroom was at the end of the hall. When I'd walk across the hall, my hairs would stand on end, and the shadow would be at the end of the hall. It'd always be in the doorway, staring down the hall at me. There were a couple of random things that would happen. Once in the middle of the night, I heard someone in the kitchen, and a few moments later, I heard glass shatter. When asked about it, nobody else heard it, and no one was in the kitchen. On one occasion, I woke up to a male voice in my room. I couldn't understand what it was saying, but it went on for minutes. I had an acoustic guitar propped up in the corner of my room, and as some of you may know, when you drag a pick down the strings, the guitar will screech. My guitar did that on its own, as I was lying in bed trying to sleep. 7 long, uncomfortable years later, we moved. Our new house didn't have any activity, and it was like heaven. Though, my mother and I were just waiting for something to happen. Sadly, the peace didn't last long, and a few months later, we moved again. We moved about an hour away from our original house, and nothing strange happened in this home as well, for a while. One night, though, I had an odd dream about my childhood home. I dreamt whatever shadow man was there hitched a ride to our new home. This dream was a few days after we'd driven by to see what the house looked like, after maybe 2 years of us being gone. After that, my life became a waking nightmare. The activity in the house, mainly around me, escalated, and every night I was having a different nightmare about whatever was haunting me. The worst part about the dreams was the fact that bits and pieces of them would come true the next day. The first dream I had took place in my deceased grandmother's home. My family was around me, but I couldn't understand what they were saying. I started looking around the room, trying to get their attention, but it was like I wasn't there. Suddenly, I looked into the blank TV and saw a teenage boy sitting beside me on the couch. When I looked beside me, he wasn't there, but in the reflection, he was there, staring at me. Nobody could hear me shouting about the boy sitting beside me, and when I looked back, he was there. Blonde hair, blue eyes, sitting on the couch just watching me. I don't know why, but rage consumed me, and I attacked. As I did so, the boy just smiled at me, and his eyes went from a normal hue to something unnatural that still haunts me to this day. They were a shade of blue so light they seemed to glow. After this, I woke up. Now, fast forward to the next day. I was home alone with my dog, and I was carving a pumpkin in the dining room. He was laying on the couch sleeping, and I started to get an unsettling feeling. Next thing I know, the dog is perked up, staring at the blank TV screen, his ears folded back. He glances between me and the blank screen a few times before tucking his tail and bolting from the room. The dreams continued, and without fail, the following day, part of them would play out in real life. I'd be washing dishes, and I could feel someone standing in the door watching me. The music from my iPod turned to static. Fight or flight kicked in. I bolted out of the kitchen and ran into my room, sitting on my bed watching the door. From down the hall, I could hear the doorknob of the coat closet attached to my room rattling. Then the bathroom knob. Then my parents' room. My room was next. It never budged. Whatever it was continued toying with me. I was home alone with the dog again, and he came darting up the stairs and into my lap on the couch. I was confused because he was wet. I hadn't let him outside in 2 hours. Panicked, I rushed into the kitchen to grab some kind of weapon, which wound up being a chef's knife. Being the dumb teenager I was, I went to investigate. I went downstairs, and the back door was wide open, and rain was soaking the carpet. I didn't know how long it had been open, and I immediately went on high alert. Someone had broken in. I'd made my way halfway through the house, checking everywhere someone could hide. It was only the dog and I. Freaked out, I went back downstairs and shut the door, which was still locked, by the way. Once it was closed again, the curtains blew back in my face. Somehow, a cold wind was coming through the door. My nightmares hit their peak in that house when I had a dream featuring the usual blonde-haired teenager. I was running from him as he chased me through the streets. It was like a game to him. I still can't shake the eerie smile he always wore. Just as I was about to escape, he caught me and I was thrown into the back of some old, beat-up junker car. I woke up after that and couldn't get myself to fall back asleep. The next day, my parents were a few states away from house shopping. This meant my older brother, dog, and I were the only ones home. I was bored out of my mind, and we wound up getting hit with a pretty massive snowstorm. Not having anything else to do, I went out that night and started shoveling the driveway so I wouldn't have to work my way through the 3 feet of snow the next morning. By that point, we'd gotten about 1.5 feet of snow, and I was about halfway done with the driveway. My heart sank when I heard an all too familiar engine coming down the hill toward our house. I turned away and kept my head down, pretending like nothing was wrong. Before it even made it to my street, I knew what was going to happen. He was going to drive past me, slam on the brakes, and back up before talking to me. It was going to be that damn blonde with the creepy smile. Sure enough, I saw the red of the brake lights before that car from my dream backed towards me. I couldn't look at the driver. I couldn't face that smile. He asked me what my house number was, and I told him. Without a word, he whipped the car into the neighbour's driveway. He stepped out, grabbed a pizza box that didn't have the warming sleeve or anything from the back seat, walked up to the neighbour's door, rang the bell, and walked away without even waiting. He launched the box into the back seat, got back in the car and left. The neighbours had been gone for the last week. Resisting the urge to run screaming back into the house, I made my way into the garage, placed the shovel in the middle of the wall and kicked my boots off. I ran into the house and slapped the button to close the garage. 2 steps into the house, I hear a loud slam from the garage and the door starts going back up. Preparing myself to face certain death, I cracked the door and looked into the garage. The door was open, and the shovel I'd propped against the wall was 30 feet away in the middle of the driveway. I slapped the button and noped my way back into the house. After that, the dream seemed to calm down, but the activity was always there. I'd hear footsteps on the stairs behind me when I was sitting on the couch. I'd hear the bathroom door open and someone walk in when I was showering, but everyone would be downstairs and the door was still shut and locked when I got out. You just never felt alone in that house. I don't think I've ever felt so happy as when I heard we were moving away again. I was getting away from whatever was creeping on me. Fast forward about a year or two. Things in the new place were almost normal. I had some weird occurrences, but nothing like what I'd dealt with before. I'd see shadows in the corner of my eye, or I'd see a person walking around and then I'd look back and they're gone. It wasn't until I had to go back to that godforsaken house that my life was thrown back into a nightmare state. We had rented out the last house and the tenants had trashed it. So as a family, we made the 11-hour drive to go clean it out before renting it again. The entire time, I was looking over my shoulder, waiting to see that creepy smile paired with those inhuman eyes. Thankfully, not much happened. I had some weird nightmares and refused to be alone in the house, but that was it. It wasn't until we drove back home that he made his presence known once again. My nightmares came back, but this time, the blonde was out to kill me. I'd wake up feeling like I was being choked on more than one occasion. I'd hear claws scratching on my door in the middle of the night, and thinking it was the dog trying to get in, I went to open the door. The hallway was dark, and the dog was nowhere to be seen. Then I heard him snoring in my parents' room. It wasn't the dog. I shut my door and go back to sleep like nothing happened. When that didn't get my attention, I woke up to a clicking sound. I sat up in bed and looked around, trying to see what was making the mysterious ticking noise. I turned the flashlight on my phone on and noticed my doorknob moving. It slowly moved to the left. Click. Center. Click. Right. Click. It continued like this, moving faster until the knob was just shaking before it went completely still. With a sigh, I went back to sleep. My things would go missing, and I'd go ask my mom if she'd seen them. Of course, she hadn't. I'd always go back into my room and just say, "Alright, cool, ghost, you got me. Now give me my stuff back." I'd leave my room for a little bit, and when I'd go back in, whatever I'd lost would be sitting on my bed. The sounds of claws would follow me throughout the house, and at this point, it was just normal for me, and I'd brush it off. I wasn't going to let him get to me this time. At least, that's what I thought. Whatever it was started following me to work. Clothes would fall off the middle of the racks or off the wall displays. Someone would whisper in my ear when I was at the shop alone. I was freaked out, but I tried not to show it. Eventually, my mom had enough of my craziness and contacted a medium. Now don't get me wrong, I believe most of them are fakes just looking to make a quick buck. But this woman, she knew nothing about us but agreed to help. We spoke on the phone for a while and she told us there was someone who wanted to tell us something. Mom and I just kind of looked at each other, both of us skeptical. She said their name started with a V, Victoria or something like that. My deceased grandmother's name started with a V. We mentioned this, and the next thing she said had me convinced. She said she was getting a pain in her chest and asked if my grandmother had a heart attack. She had. So at this point, my grandmother's message was for us to give them hell. Still not sure what it meant, but the woman told us there was something attached to an old piece of furniture I had. We took it out of the house, along with a haunted urn my mother had received as a gift, and things settled down. You'd think that's where my story ends, but it's not. I'd still see creepy things happening around me, but I'd learned to deal with it. Eventually, I ran off and joined the military. Now my friend and I, being bored out of our minds in the barracks, decided to buy a Ouija board to pass the time. Bad idea, yeah, I know. We waited until it was dark and went into the head, as that was the only place it was quiet and we wouldn't be interrupted by other Marines being loud. Keep in mind, we were on Paris Island and that place gets creepy. Those stories are for another time. So we started asking the usual questions. Is there anyone that wants to speak with us? Nothing. I didn't expect there to be any answer, and I considered moving the planchette to mess with my friend. We'll call her Cat. We asked a few more times, and finally, the planchette slowly moved to yes. I gave Cat the side eye, thinking she was screwing around with me. She looked terrified. Alright, cool. Let's see where this goes. We asked how old whoever we were talking to was. 19. Boy or girl? Boy. Name? Jake. I was intrigued at this point. We kept asking questions and Jake kept answering. We asked if he was a recruit that had passed away there. No. Okay. Marine? No. Kat and I kind of stared at each other for a moment. Okay, so were you a civilian then? No. Well, that covered the 3 categories. What are we talking to? At this point, Kat was panicking and wanted to close the board out, but me being me, I didn't want to yet. At this point, I asked the dumbest thing I could. Are you a good spirit? The planchette didn't move for a moment before it slowly slid to no. Kat freaked out and demanded we stop. I gave in and we said goodbye before she threw the planchette off the board and left me to put everything away. Whatever. It was a kid's game. I boxed everything up and put it back in my war locker before going to bed. That night, I woke up to someone whispering in my ear, and the next morning, most of the other Marines were freaking out, saying they heard someone walking up and down the squad bay past their racks. Apparently, the drawers in the duty desk were slamming open and shut all night. I was clueless because I'd put headphones in and passed back out after waking up to the whispering. When I finally got out of my rack and changed, I was confused by the disgusting smell surrounding my rack. Sulfur. Nobody around me seemed to be able to smell it, and finally, I dragged one of the other female Marines back to my rack, and she looked at me like, "What the hell do you have rotting back here?" Shrugging my shoulders, I emptied a can of Febreze in my corner of the squad bay and went back to life as usual. Kat wound up having some weird experiences, and I'd have the lights around me go out whenever I'd talk about what had happened that night with the board. The weirdest thing that happened after was when I walked into the head and heard water running. There were only 3 of us in the barracks that day. Everyone was out of town except me and 2 girls who were on bed rest, one of those being Kat. The other girl was knocked out on medication, so I knew it couldn't have been her. Confused, I checked all of the toilets, sinks, showers, and even the washers. Nothing was running. After standing there for a minute scratching my head, I checked the deep sink in the supply closet. The faucet had been swiveled so it was no longer over the sink, and it was gushing water, full blast onto the floor. Pissed, because I was going to have to clean that mess up, I went and got Kat from her rack and made her go check the closet before I reamed her for being an idiot. She came back out and told me she hadn't done it. She'd been sleeping most of the morning. She had a point. So, if it wasn't either of us... I shook my head and turned the sink off before grabbing a mop and refused to talk about it. That was the last of my memorable experiences connected to the board from Paris Island, but when I moved duty stations, my new roommate had a Ouija board. I know, doing it once was dumb enough, but going back for seconds? I deserved whatever I got then. We got a group together and messed around with the board, and we got some answers. But it wasn't anything terrifying, so I brushed it all off. When my roommate left, she left her board on her desk, and of course, me being me, I decided I was going to play around with it again. I found a girl who was willing to see what we would get answers to us. We both knew the rules of the game, and late one night, we broke out the Ouija board and got to work. Now this girl, Short, had no idea about my previous rounds with a different board. We had some spirits come through. The only one I remember clearly was Robert, who claimed to be a sailor. This was plausible, since we were on a naval base at that point. We kept coming back to talk to Robert and the others, and it was always pleasant conversation. Suddenly, they all stopped answering questions. We kept trying to get them to answer, but the only thing we got from him was afraid. We kept asking what, and Robert wouldn't answer. Suddenly, the planchette moved to goodbye. We gave it some time before trying to talk to him again. When we got some answers, Short and I could both tell it wasn't Robert talking. He had a very distinct way of responding, and this was nothing like before. I started to feel uneasy, and Short asked, "You aren't Robert, are you?" "No." "Okay, weird, but we kept going. Who are you?" The planchette just kind of circled the board like they didn't want to answer. "What's your name?" Still nothing. I don't know why, but I asked, "Are you what's been following me?" "Yes." Deep breath. Okay, now I'm starting to get freaked out. Short gives me a weird look and lets me start asking the questions. "I've talked to you before, haven't I?" "Yes." "What name did you give me?" Short was watching me the whole time as I started to panic. The planchette went to J, then to A. Jesus Christ, I was in full-on freak-out mode now. Then it slid to SON. Jason. At this point, I knew it was playing games with me. "You know what's wrong?" "Yes. JAY. "Stop playing with me." JAKE. "Okay, Jake. How old did you say you were?" 19. "When I asked if you were good, what did you say?" "No." At this point, I knew it was the same thing from before. I wasn't moving the planchette, and I knew Short had no clue what to answer with. And if she managed to guess the right answers that easily, man, she had me fooled. At that point, we closed the board and tried to forget about it, but I wanted to know more. Why was Jake following me? What did he want? We opened the board again, and it was different this time. I was trying to get us to play the board alone, well, more specifically me. I know that's a big no-go when messing around with boards, so we kept telling Jake no. Before playing, I'd taken my wedding ring off, and it had been sitting on the floor beside me. I don't know why, but I looked to see where it was, and my ring was gone. Jake kept trying to convince Short to go look for it for me while I remained on the board. He kept saying it was in another room in the barracks, and she went off looking after we closed the board. This went on for a while, and finally, I found my ring hiding under some papers on my desk, where I hadn't left it. Having played Jake's games long enough, Short offered to try and cleanse me. I didn't think it was going to work, but I said whatever and let her do it. Afterward, I wanted to see if Jake was really gone. Sure enough, when we broke out the board one last time, Robert came through. We asked about Jake, and all Robert said was gone. After that, I never touched a Ouija board again. I'm not sure if Jake is still hanging around or if he's really gone. I'm 25 now, and it's been 2 years since that incident. I've recently moved, and since settling to my new place, I'm back to seeing shadows walking around, and the lights will flicker. Doors will open and close on their own, the usual stuff. I don't know if it's Jake, and honestly, I don't know if I want to find out. As an afterthought, now that I'm older, I looked into the neighborhood I used to live in when my crazy dream started, and I swear it was built on Indian burial ground or something. For a place that had relatively low crime, there were a crazy amount of deaths within a few houses of the one I lived in. A guy killed himself after a standoff with SWAT. There were some murders, and if I remember correctly, there was at least one suicide aside from the standoff. So maybe that house cursed me. Who knows? This happened a few years ago. My mom had an ex-boyfriend who had died in a motorcycle accident, and it happened to be the 20-year anniversary of his death. That night, I ran into the store to get a few things. My mom stayed out in the car and waited for me. My mom used to work at the store, and I grew up going there, so it's safe to say we knew almost everyone there. So it wasn't a surprise that when I came out, I saw a guy sitting in the passenger seat next to my mom. I just thought it was one of the guys who worked there. I walked up to the car and bent down to look through the window to see who it was that my mom was talking to, but no one was there. Within less than a minute, it took me to walk to the car. No one was in there except my mom. So I get in, sit down, and I feel ice cold air go right through me. So I turn to my mom and I ask her 2 questions. 1, had you been talking to one of the guys from the store just a minute ago? She gave me a weird look and said no. Question number 2, did you have the AC on in the car? Her response, no. And I left it at that. I didn't say a word to her about what I saw until a couple of months later. As soon as I told her, she went and pulled out her old high school yearbook and opened it to a page, and I pointed at a picture and told her, that's who I saw sitting next to you. She looked at the picture and said, yep, that's him. I went on telling her what he looked like and kind of grumpy. She explained that he always did. It was just the way he was. Without ever meeting this guy, I never saw his picture before. I didn't even know his real name, only a nickname. I was able to point out her dead ex-boyfriend in the yearbook. I have no doubt in my mind that it was him sitting next to her that night. I've been a custodial supervisor at a college for the last 7 years. Before that, I was a custodian at the same college for 7 years. I've cleaned and been in every building on campus from early mornings to late at night, and have seen and heard a lot of things in the last 14 years since I've started working here. One of the buildings that I used to clean wasn't a huge building. It has 3 floors with 2 classrooms on each floor, one on the east and the other on the west side of the building. Now, to get to the classrooms, there's a staircase in the middle of the building with a heavy glass door that leads to a small hallway and a couple of offices and the classroom. In the first few months that I had been cleaning this building, everything was pretty quiet. Till one morning when I was on the 3rd floor cleaning one of my last classrooms for the day. I had been wiping down a table when out of the corner of my eye, I saw a man standing to the left of me. He had on a green, yellowish striped sweater, and I remember thinking in that split moment that it looked like something from the 70s or something. Thinking a student got there early for class, I tell him, sorry, I'll be finished in a minute. And as I'm saying this, I turn my head all the way to face him, and no one is there. There was nowhere for anywhere to go. I even checked the building. I was still the only person there. To top it off, the front door was still locked. I told this to my husband, who works as a custodian at the college with me. Of course, he didn't believe me completely and thought I was seeing things. That is, till the following year, it became his building to clean in the mornings. When he called me one day freaking out because he was in the classroom on the 2nd floor, which was right under the classroom I saw someone in. He heard what sounded like someone right above him walking around, moving things like chairs and just making a ruckus. So right away, he would go up the stairs thinking the same thing as I did. That students came in early. So he would go up there to grab the trash and do a quick clean, and would find the classroom still locked and completely empty. This happened to him at least twice. When I was young, I had quite a few instances regarding paranormal sightings. When I was about 5 or 6, I would wake up in the middle of the night because I felt like someone was watching me. I had my own bathroom in my room, and at the doorway, I would always see this big black figure. I would get scared and run to my parents' room for comfort, but I remember the first night it ever happened. There was a soldier blocking my parents' doorway. He was dressed in a blue coat and had a rifle next to him and didn't have a face. It was like really fuzzed out, so I just ended up going back to the living room to sleep on the couch. This happened nightly. I remember telling my mom about it when I was about 7, and she didn't have much to say about it. There's also been a few instances when we moved back into our family home, my grandmother, actually shot and killed herself in the master bedroom of the home when my ma was in her 20s, and we had always kept the home. But when we moved back, we would get faint smells of cigarette smoke around the house, which was odd, because we had redone the floors and furniture, etc., and no one in my family smoked, but my grandmother did. So we just shrugged it off like she was stopping by to check on us. But now that I had moved out, I still smell faint cigarette smoke randomly. Can spirits be tied to multiple people like that, and not just a house in general? Another thing is the shadow people I see constantly. I finally had the courage to say something to my mom about it a year ago, because I'll see them day and night still. And she finally admitted to me that she sees shadow people too, but my dad and sister never do. I spoke to my boyfriend and his friends about it during a time when I was super stressed about college and personal issues, because I was seeing them everywhere, and it got to the point where I didn't like to be home alone at night and would beg him to stay home. But he thinks I'm just seeing stuff that's not there because he's never seen anything that I describe. I'm not too sure on what my grandmother was like because my mom doesn't talk about her a lot, and she passed away before I was born. But I do remember her Ouija board was still in the house when we moved in. My sister likes to make jokes that I'm a witch because I see things and pick up on vibes that no one else does. And mainly because every boy who's broken up with me, their trucks blew up not even a week later. It's happened like 3 times now, and I swear I don't touch their trucks. This all started back when I was 16. I've always been extremely interested in urban exploration, especially to places that are abandoned with a colourful history. Whether the building is condemned or out of commission, whatever the case may be. Being from Texas, there's plenty of opportunities to find places like this. This story, however, is about an orphanage called Woodman's Circle. This is a very real place. You can search it for yourself and read upon the history of it in case you don't believe what I'm saying is accurate. The orphanage is located in Sherman, Texas. Sherman is a very small town, probably less than 50,000 people. With not much else to look at, the orphanage piqued my interest. If you don't know it's there at night, it's easy to miss. Behind a long line of trees just east of the freeway, across a long courtyard. It stretches up into the darkness right before your eyes. From what I understand, it was intended for widows and orphaned children, making it seemingly an ideal place to explore if you're looking to scare yourself a little bit. The building itself was abandoned sometime during the 1970s and has had a couple of fires since then. The property has been passed around to various owners over the years, certain private owners and a number of attorney groups. At the time of this story, the owners were a couple with some sort of trust corporation. There was no efforts of maintenance or renovation, so basically, the building has sat rotting for close to 50 years now. Aside from a few no trespassing signs, nothing else had been added. Well, being 16, I looked at the warnings against entry as an invitation. I parked my car in a neighborhood about a mile down the road so as not to raise the suspicion of any Johnny Q laws. During the walk to the orphanage, I was smoking cigarettes, listening to some Pink Floyd, simply trying to get myself into an already on-edge mindset. It was a decently warm night, but I still had a light jacket on, just in case the exploration required me to crawl or something of that nature. I kept peering over my shoulder, starting to feel more and more uneasy. Not necessarily due to anything paranormal, but like a cop or some nosy person from the neighborhood had an idea of what my intentions were and was going to make it a point to fuck up my plans. I decided to turn my music off so I could hear if someone or something was coming up behind me. Also ensuring that if I heard a car coming, I could duck just behind the tree line and hide for the possibility of it being a police car. It took about 15 minutes to make the mile-long walk before I could just make out the silhouette of the orphanage. I ventured into the tree line and came to a 3-strand barbed wire fence. I put my hands on the second line of barbed wire and pushed it down wide enough for me to slip through. As soon as I was through the barbed wire fence, I pulled my pack of Marlboros out of my jacket pocket. set a cigarette on my lips, pulled out my Zippo and lit it. And there, before me, laid Woodman's Circle. Now I want to make clear that I don't believe in ghosts or spirits, or anything of that nature. Not to say I couldn't ever believe in them. I've just never had any kind of experience that left me with no other explanation. When I first approached the main building, there was a staircase with maybe 10 or 15 steps leading up to the front door. At this point, I hadn't heard a car, or even the wind for that matter, for a couple of minutes now. The sheer silence was so acute that I could hear the tobacco popping in my cigarette. I'm not sure if anyone who reads this is a smoker, but to be able to hear your cigarette crackling, it has to be pretty damn quiet. I was also quite aware of my own breathing at this point. I could feel myself making a conscious effort to breathe as slowly and as smoothly as possible. I did my best to listen to anything, any sounds at all. Still, nothing. I started to step toward the front door and realized at that moment exactly how loud my conversation was on the pavement. I tilted my feet to attempt to walk on the sides of my shoes the best as I could. I tried to push the door open, but it wouldn't budge. From what I could see, it wasn't nailed or boarded shut, so I kept trying. After a couple of attempts, I figured I wasn't going to be going in that way. Over to the left of the main building is another building. I could see that the door was wide open, so I decided to give it a shot. As I walked to the other door, I gazed out over the courtyard, expecting to see a police officer walking across the grass, ready to fine me for trespassing. However, I was still alone. I got to the second door and saw that it was pushed open about 3/4 of the way. Enough for me to see clearly down the hallway, all the way to the back of that particular building. It's hard to estimate, especially being as dark as it was, but I would guess the hallway itself was maybe 100 to 150 feet long, and approximately 10 feet wide. I could see shadows of debris that littered the ground, and kept having the thought of one of those shadows starting to move, floating around in my head. I do that to myself quite often. Think of the scariest outcome of scenarios that I'm in, and ponder the question of what would I do? I walked into the hallway and made every attempt to silence my footsteps as much as possible. The ground was so cluttered and covered in dirt and rocks, it made it impossible to stay completely quiet. I kept glancing from side to side, into every doorway that I came parallel with. I could see that there were many rooms. They had bed springs, toilets, bathtubs, even little bits of clothing. At that moment, I was more interested than scared, but only for the moment. A feeling of dread was beginning to wash over me, so I decided to start walking down the hallway from the direction I came and head into the main part of the building. The streetlights made the main building somewhat easier to see on the inside. I didn't have a flashlight with me, and I was trying to use the light from my phone sparingly. I didn't want someone from the street seeing my light on in the building, essentially giving me away. I made it to the main building and spotted the front door I attempted to enter from earlier. I went to get a closer look. The door handle on the inside was the same as the outside. One of those handles with the little thumb latch on the top. To my utter shock, the door came open with ease. I couldn't believe it. I was sure the door was blocked in some way. Nails in the frame, corked shut, something. But no, it was as easy as opening the front door to my own house. I decided to close it again so as not to arouse suspicion. I turned and looked at the layout of the entryway. I had thought of the possibility that I may not be as alone as I thought. The door wasn't blocked by anything, and definitely wasn't locked. Even if it was, somebody would have had to unlock it, or move whatever obstacle that was preventing it from opening out of the way, in the same amount of time it took me to walk from the side entrance. We're talking in the matter of 3 or 4 minutes here. It also would have had to have been completely silently. I just didn't see how that was done. I explained away the fear as I must have been opening the door wrong. Maybe it was one of those doors that, when locked, can only be opened from the inside, like a public bathroom lock or something. Still, I found it at the very least eerie, unsettling. There were a few doors visible, only one of which with enough light for me to navigate. I chose that one. I went to the door on my right, and it led me to a small corridor. The corridor was Z-shaped, and it opened up into what appeared to be some sort of common room. There were plenty of windows to let light from the street seep in, so I glanced around to see if I could spot anything of interest. There was a dumbwaiter over to my left, so I went to check that out. The cart wasn't in the shaft, or at least not on this level, so I grabbed my phone for a little bit of light. I used my finger to cover the light so it wouldn't be visible from the outside. I pointed my light up the shaft of the dumbwaiter and looked up. I could see what looked like a car, possible stuck, at least 4 or 5 feet above my head. I looked down, and sitting on the bottom left of the shaft was what I think were children's clothes. They were probably 3 or 4 feet below me, so I definitely couldn't reach them from where I was. So I honestly couldn't tell you if the clothes were modern or not. As far as I knew, they could have belonged to a kid that lived there during the time of the orphanage's operation. I left them be. I stood back up and looked around the common room again, still entertaining the idea of possibly having company lurking elsewhere in the building. I began to focus on the massive amounts of graffiti splattered all over the walls. Some of the ones I took note of were dated as far back as 1985. There could have been older examples, but none with dates on them. It blew my mind to think of people walking around this building, exploring through the rubble, and leaving behind graffiti 10 years before I was even born. While I was reflecting on the amount of time the building had just been sitting there, I heard something. It sounded like talking, but extremely muffled. I could tell there was more than one person, but I wasn't confident enough to guess if it was more than 2. I quickly turned my phone light off and tried to be as quiet as I could. From the sound of it, I thought it might be coming from somewhere behind the building. I started to make my way toward the back, which I could see some of due to the windows facing the rear of the building. As I got closer, I realized that the talking seemed to be coming from an actual room in the orphanage. I was in no way going to introduce myself, based on the fact that I don't know who it is. I can't tell if they're a threat, or if they're even away from my presence at this point. I went through another door toward the back corner of the common room. It led to another small hallway with a few doors on either side. There were 3 doors on the left and 2 on the right. This hallway probably led outside at some point, but it looked as though the door had been blocked or sealed off. I stood at the entrance of the hallway listening. The conversation was down to a whisper, so I wasn't able to make out any words. I took another couple of steps into the hall and slowly gazed into the first room on my right. It was empty. I could tell that whoever was talking was on the right side of the hallway, so I knew they had to be in the room right next door to the one I was in. I poked my head out of the room for a better chance to hear. As soon as I looked around the corner of the door frame, I heard someone say very sharply, "Shh!" Fuck. I stopped breathing. My whole body tensed up. I even tried to put my hand on my chest to keep my heart from beating too loudly. I started to weigh my options. Option 1, just to ensure my safety, I could quickly turn on my phone light to improve my sightline, make a run from the front door, just on the other side of the common room, sprint across the courtyard and into the street. At that point, I didn't care who sees me, I just want to be out there. Or option 2, I could show myself. I know it sounds fucking insane, but maybe if I show myself to whoever else is there, we can just have a big laugh about how scared shitless we all were, and we can all leave comfortably. Who knows? Maybe they're as scared as I am. However, there were more of them than there were of me. At least by 1. I couldn't imagine them being as scared as me. I knew exactly how I would have felt had I had a couple friends, or even just one friend there with me. I would have felt 10 times better knowing I have backup. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of the possibility that if I started to run, the fear would set in 1,000,000 times more than it already has. I decided to go with option 2. I spent a few seconds gathering whatever courage I could muster, and I spoke out. Hello? Silence. Hello? Again, silence. Listen, I just came in here to look around. I can leave, though. Several seconds of silence. Hello? By now, it had been about 15 seconds with no response. I stepped out of the room I was in and looked around the corner of the door frame to their room. Terrifyingly, the room was empty. Nothing to suggest there were people in there. I was in deafening silence again. Alone. I began to panic, so I grabbed my phone and turned my light on. I spun around to make a run for the front door, and right as I turned, I spotted someone sticking their head down out of a hole in the ceiling, smiling at me. I couldn't move. I felt like I was experiencing something akin to sleep paralysis. It didn't even feel like I was standing anymore, but more like there was some kind of feeling of horror that filled me up, and that's what was keeping me upright. It was definitely a person, not ghost or apparition. But it seemed just a tad off. I don't know. Like their smile was uncomfortably wide, and their eyes were unusually small and spaced apart. Before I couldn't even conjure up another thought or emotion, I screamed. I rarely scream out of fear. Not saying I don't get scared. If someone jumped out at me, I'd do the same thing most people do, and take a really sharp breath in. But it's seldom that something scares me so much I actually scream. I started to sprint to the door, not even using my phone light, with no regard to anything except escaping. I just ran. I made it to the front door and flung it open. Barely breaking stride, I scampered down the stairs, taking them 4 or 5 at a time. I ran across the courtyard and made it to the tree line. I grabbed hold of the barbed wire fence and turned my head to look over my shoulder. On the porch of Woodman's Circle stood 3 people, I guess. They weren't doing anything, just standing there, staring at me. I couldn't make out their facial expressions or even their facial features. All of a sudden, one of them began to scream. The scream sounded exactly like my scream, or at least the memory of the sound of my own scream still resonating in my head. I couldn't tell you if it was meant to be a mock or a taunt, or if it was something else entirely. I just don't know. But I was still scared out of my mind, so I slipped through the barbed wire fence and ran straight to where I parked my car. Being a smoker, running wasn't my strong suit, but since I was only 16 and I hadn't been smoking for very long, I made the mile-long run to my car in probably less than 7 minutes. I hit the unlock button on my key fob, flung my door open, and jumped into my car. I locked my doors and started the engine and just sat there for a second. After about a minute, I put my car in drive and started the drive home. That's where my adventure that night ended. I have no idea what the hell happened, or who the hell those people were. I truthfully couldn't even say if they were people. I suppose it could have been something else, but I just can't bring myself to definitively say that was the case. The events were more or less all the same. My 2 best friends, a married couple, would come over to hang out with me, watch movies, play video games. The layout of the room is this. The front door was over in the corner of the room, and my couch was on the same wall as the door, with just a couple of feet between the couch and the door. And the TV was obviously on the opposite wall. So if you're watching TV on the couch, if someone opened the door or was standing there, they'd be right at the limits of your peripheral vision. They didn't tell me until after I moved out, because they didn't want to freak me out. But almost every time they came over and sat in front of the TV, they would see a man standing just inside the door in a brown trench coat and a brown brimmed hat. If they turned their head, he just wasn't there. And if they just turned their eyes while keeping their heads straight forward, they saw the same thing. Nothing. But they say when they weren't trying to look directly at him, that he was unmistakably there. He never moved, and despite living there a few years, I never had any interaction with him, or even so much as saw him myself. As far as anything else it could have been, I had a coat rack behind the door, but it was a single 1x6 oak board, mounted horizontally with shiny silver hooks, and any coats I've ever owned have been black. My apartment was well lit, and the wall colour was an extremely lively green. Think the shade of an oak leaf in the middle of the summer, but a brighter, more vibrant tone. So I really don't think there were any optical illusions at play either. I've been living in Idaho for just over 4 years now. I moved from the Dallas/Fort Worth area in 2015 with my parents. I'm 24 now. Moved out of my parents' house into my own apartment with my beautiful fiancée, and I couldn't be happier. Since I was already out of high school, and I keep to myself more than most, my group of friends is rather small. I'm fairly outgoing, and I've never had a lot of difficulty making friends. Still, the only place I ever really have a chance to talk to people is at work. I work as a correctional officer, a prison guard in simple terms. Being surrounded by inmates isn't exactly how I would prefer to spend my day, but it pays a good deal more than most other jobs at entry level. I've worked there for about 3 years now, and nobody that I could call my friend also works there. It's not the best setting to make new friends in, but it works. There are 3 people that I hang out with most of the time. Bowers, Reed, and Taylor are the people closest to me. Sure, I hang out with plenty of others that work there, but more in a everyone was coming, so I came too kind of way. Bowers, Reed, and Taylor are their last names. Working where we do, that's how you know each other. So from here on out, that's how I'll identify them. I spend most time with Taylor. He and I usually like to go ride our bikes around town, grab a bite to eat, maybe drive around and talk. Nothing too glamorous. I see Reed most any day at work, but he has quite a busy life. With his wife and their new baby, his schedule is mostly dedicated to being a family man now, which is fair. I still see him whenever he has the opportunity. Bowers, on the other hand, is who I have most in common with. I'm a big horror fan. I love scary movies, scary stories, scary places, anything to chill your bones and make your skin crawl. Bowers is much of the same. He's always talking about writing a screenplay for an amateur horror movie he wants to make. I always thought it was a good idea. So we'll sit at work and brainstorm together, trying to come up with a story we deem scary and unique. It's not exactly easy in our primary setting. Prison is a scary place, but for a different reason. A lot of the time, when we hang out with each other, we like to go adventuring to the more eerie places that Idaho has to offer. Given that there aren't too many places to go that will make the hair on your neck rise, we have to get a little creative. There are some mountain roads, a couple of abandoned properties, just your run-of-the-mill haunted places. These places serve more of an inspirational purpose than anything. It gets us into the proper on-edge mood to come up with scary elements to a story. When it comes to horror, Bowers also shares the majority of my views on what's properly scary. We both agree that jump scares are cheap. It doesn't take much to make somebody jump, and it generally doesn't matter what object, noise, or figure jumps out. It will still make you jump. For me to fully enjoy a horror movie, I like the feeling of being creeped out. Instead of loud noises, I prefer more a sense of, hey, did you guys hear that? Instead of a scary face jumping from off screen, I'd rather have something sitting in the background, waiting for my view to fall upon it. Bowers is exactly the same, so when it comes to individual preferences, they're almost identical. One day at work, Bowers comes up to me and mentions this place he saw on YouTube about. It was an abandoned factory. I have to admit, the factory sounded awesome. I had been to abandoned orphanages before, but sure, never a factory. So I asked him, just how abandoned is it? He explained, well, from what I understand, it was abandoned sometime in the 1970s. It was a factory for making concrete. But when they built a new one, they just left the old one to rot. It sounded pretty promising. Where is it? I asked. A city called Lime in Oregon, he said. I checked a map on my phone, and it showed that Lime was just across the border of Idaho to Oregon. Not a far drive at all, and the factory was sitting just off the side of the main freeway. The pictures I could find on Google just ensured that it would be a fantastic place to explore. My work week was coming to an end, so I texted Bowers and we set up a time for us both to go. My Friday was actually his Thursday, so I figured the best time to go would be on my Saturday after he got off of work. He worked until 10 p.m. So we would have the perfect mindset when exploring this abandoned pile of concrete up in the high desert. I showed up to his apartment around 11:30 p.m. once he had gotten home and changed clothes. He climbed into my Ford Ranger and we headed off into the night, stopping only for some essential supplies, cigarettes and a couple sodas. The drive was perfect. Traffic was almost non-existent going down the highway, and we had the proper soundtrack of some Pink Floyd to keep us company. I was following the GPS on my phone to the factory. Even though we knew it was the right side off of the highway, we presumed it would be too dark to spot. We hopped off the freeway and started down a partially lit road that turned to dirt after driving down it for just a short while. Since we were in no hurry, I left my truck in second gear and we just coasted along this gravelly, pothole-riddled road. Eventually, it led to concrete again. We had taken an exit that led to the town of Huntington, just to take a bit longer. Let it build up in our minds a little more. After another 15 minutes or so of driving, my headlights washed over the old concrete factory in Lime, Oregon. The main part of the factory was on the right-hand side of the road, and there were some old drum silos on the left. We pulled off to the left and parked in the dirt. As soon as I turned my headlights off, we were bathed in darkness, with only the stale green glow from the time displayed on my truck's radio providing any sort of illumination. I could instantly feel the sense of uneasiness fill me up. I wasn't exactly regretting the decision to come all the way out here, but it was the fact that we were all the way out here that made me nervous. I checked my phone, and I had no reception. Bowers had no signal as well. I had 2 small flashlights that we could carry, and a full pack of cigarettes to calm my nerves. We also both were carrying our handguns, kind of a just-in-case measure. We got out of my truck and took a look around. As we stood there in the dirt, I looked up at the sky and noticed how brilliantly dark the surrounding area was. I could quite clearly see the Milky Way. Millions and millions of stars twinkled down at us, but instead of peace, I was feeling terror. Keep in mind, I did ask for this. This feeling that I'm experiencing is exactly why I love to be scared. My adrenaline was going a little haywire, so I lit a cigarette to relax myself a little bit. The dry, billowy smoke is just what I needed to calm down. Bowers followed suit and lit one for himself as well. The red glow from the cherry embers on the end of my Marlboro provided much more light than I had taken note of in the past, sending out a radiating orange light, almost to where it created a scarlet orb on the dirt around my shell toes. As we stood there in silence, we listened for sounds. There were no other cars around, except for the ones passing by on the highway every couple of minutes, but none parked near the factory. There was a slight breeze that wafted through the property, creating the illusion that something was moving objects around in the factory. There was a big hole in the ground, maybe 5 feet by 5 feet, that, when the breeze would hit it just right, would cause a whistle to emanate out into the warm, dry, summer air. I walked over to the hole to look inside. I grabbed my flashlight and stood about a foot away from the edge. I clicked the power button and shined the light down inside. At the bottom, maybe 9 or 10 feet, lay piles of rubble, rock, and wood. It was too far to jump down, so I aimed my focus elsewhere until such time that I could find another potential entrance. I looked back at Bowers, still standing in front of my truck, just staring off at the factory. I walked up next to him and said, "Hey, this is pretty cool, man. Definitely a good choice." All he uttered was a simple, "Uh-huh." I suggested we go explore the rest of the factory, which he agreed to. To get to the main collection of buildings, we had to walk up a slight hill. Once at the top, we both turned on our flashlights and aimed them around at whatever caught our focus. I was focusing more on the graffiti that was plastered all over the walls. Some of it was actually quite impressive. Not just the simple tags or names and dates, but actual murals. Some murals got so complex, they actually utilized an entire building. Mind you, some of the buildings are quite small, but they would base each one on what I think was supposed to be a Greek god. Each one had its own dedicated building as something of a tribute. I honestly couldn't tell you the significance, but it sure caught my eye. Bowers was focused elsewhere. His face didn't seem to show interest, but instead indifference. He would walk slowly from one window of a building to the next, turn to face it, shine his light in, and stare for a few seconds with a blank expression before moving on to the next one. It didn't quite make sense to me, as he usually loves this kind of stuff, but as of right now, he seems uninterested in anything. I walked over to join him at the 2 tallest smokestacks on the property. We poked our heads into some holes that looked like they were created after the place had been abandoned, and looked up through the top of the stack. They looked even taller from the inside than they did from the outside. We explored pretty much every building that had an entry point that we could see. A lot of the roofs had collapsed, leaving some buildings inaccessible. Among more graffiti, the factory was now home to various wildlife from the area. Some bats and birds being the most mentionable. Other than that, the factory was pretty much dead. Other than a few noises that could be written off as animals or wind, maybe a couple of eye tricks, there wasn't much else. Still enough to be frightening, nonetheless. After exploring for about an hour, I'd gotten my fill of terror for the night. I had plenty of ideas for Bauer's screenplay, and still a sense of eeriness I was sure would last until morning. I looked at Bowers and said, "Well, I think I'm satisfied. Want to head back?" Still sticking with simple, inert answers, he replied, "Yeah." I've worked with Bowers for about 2 years now, as he got hired after I did. After knowing him for that long, his responses were troubling. He usually had a lot more energy and enthusiasm than I did. I've never seen him like this. I didn't expect him to be terrified to the point of paralysis, but he'll normally speculate on some scary stuff that might be happening there with me. We would sit there and scare each other by humouring the other on a noise they thought they heard, but not tonight. If I'm being honest, Bowers was scaring a lot more than the factory was. On the walk back to the truck, I decided to mention some ideas I'd had for his screenplay, to see if I could drag him out of whatever funk he was in. Maybe you could write about this group of teenagers that find this old abandoned factory, and they decide to go on an expedition. Only while they're exploring, people keep disappearing from the group, I suggest. "Yeah, that sounds cool," he replied. "Okay then, more than one word. I'm getting somewhere." "Or maybe instead of teenagers, you could have some kind of supernatural or poltergeist investigator," I said, "who's going on a trip to this factory because the inhabitants of the town think the factory is haunted." "Yeah, that may work. I kind of like the idea about the teenagers, because I think I'd be a lot more scared of someone in my group disappearing than a ghost," he explained. "Alright, this sounds more like him. Now I'm getting the old Bowers back." We made it down to my truck, still discussing other ideas about the screenplay. As we were getting into the truck, Bowers said, "Hey, wait. Look, there's a tunnel over there that we didn't check out yet." I turned around, and under the line of silos, there was a tunnel leading straight underneath them. "Yeah, okay," I said. "Let's go check him out." I closed my truck door, and we made our way over to the silos. As we peered into the tunnel, it was pitch black. I could barely see moonlight on the other side. Still, I needed my flashlight to be able to navigate through it. The tunnel was probably around 7 feet tall. I could stand up straight in it, but because of some pipes that were occasionally protruding from the walls or ceiling, I'd have to duck every now and then. While we walked down the tunnel, the sounds of our shoes and breathing were amplified. It felt like I was walking through a horror movie. The sound was so enhanced, it almost sounded fake, fabricated. Bowers was walking in front of me, so I was using my light to focus on the ground in front of us. He was aimed down at the end of the tunnel. I could see the end of the tunnel. It appeared to lead to a small concrete room with the ceiling partially collapsed. We were about a third of the way through the tunnel and still had maybe 150 feet to go. Out of nowhere, Bowers stops walking. I almost ran into him because my view was focused on the ground. I asked him, "You good, man?" He replied, "I'm not sure." "Okay, what the fuck does that mean?" "I don't know," he whispered. "Dude, you're freaking me out. What's the matter with you?" He said nothing, just standing there in silence. I was getting worried, and if I'm honest, terribly paranoid. I started shining the flashlight back behind us, half expecting to see some creepy humanoid figure quickly crawling to catch up with us. But the tunnel was empty, with Bowers and I as its only inhabitants. Suddenly, I hear a scratchy rustling noise. I quickly turn around and see Bowers in a dead sprint, heading towards the end of the tunnel. I was confused, frightened, and frozen. I watched as my friend ran toward the uncertain end of this dark, damp tunnel, with only his flashlight as a beacon informing me of his distance. Part of me wanted to follow him, but I had no idea what to do at this point. In my head, I'm thinking, he's lost his fucking mind. I'm now stuck with him all alone in this tunnel. His light came to a halt in the little concrete room at the end of the tunnel. I could barely make out the outline of his body. He stood there with his flashlight pointing at the ground. I shined my flashlight down the tunnel at him and could see he was facing away from me, looking at the wall. I called out, "Bowers, what the hell are..." Before I could finish, Bowers screamed as if he'd just been met with the worst fear. I can't imagine what he'd seen, but it must have terrified him to his very core. He dropped his flashlight and started running back down the tunnel toward me. I put my hand on my pistol, ready to take aim at whatever comes behind him. As Bowers gets closer, I begin to see more of his face. He doesn't look terrified anymore, but happy. Elated almost. I loosen my grip on my gun, thinking he was screwing with me. As he gets closer, his face goes from cheerful to angry. I could barely utter, "What's going..." Bowers runs past me and knocks me on my ass. I hadn't felt a hit like that since high school football. As soon as I got my bearings, I fell across the rocky ground for my flashlight. The moment I grabbed hold of it, I stood up and ran to follow Bowers back out of the beginning of the tunnel. I rushed out of the tunnel, back out into the open air. I pointed my flashlight and caught a glimpse of Bowers running up the hill, back toward the main part of the factory. I stood in front of my truck, gazing up at this factory, just wondering what possessed my friend to do this. My gut was screaming at me to get in my truck, lock the doors, and wait for Bowers to come back down the hill laughing, telling me it was a joke and that he just wanted to freak me out. Well, if that was the case, it was definitely working. I waited for a second to see if I could hear anything. His footsteps had ceased, and the only sound that remained was the light breeze in the air. I stood waiting for what felt like an hour. Out of the darkness, I hear Bowers call out, "Hey bro, come check this out." "Fuck you, I want to go home," I said back. I waited for a reply, but didn't get one. All I wanted was to be back in my truck, cruising down the highway, headed back home. This was a little more of an adventure than I'd bargained for. "Bowers," I shouted back. "Hey bro, come check this out," was his reply. Oh, for fuck's sake. I have no idea what's going on, but I'm genuinely scared. I don't know what else to do except to go find him. I pull my pistol out of its holster and hold it, if for nothing else than to make myself feel a little safer in this whole situation. I start to make my way up the hill and gaze again upon the factory. I shined my flashlight all around, searching for my friend. I called out his name again. "Bowers! Hey bro, come check this out." A feeling of dread began to pulse through me. "Well, you have to tell me where you are first," I said. Silence again. I couldn't accurately gauge where he was talking to me from, but he sounded far still. I continued walking toward the factory, going pretty much the same route that we had earlier. I was starting to panic. I didn't know where to look, what to listen for, or what to do. I walked past the giant smokestacks and toward the main grouping of buildings. I checked through every door I passed, looking for any sign of movement. I announced, "Listen, Bowers, I'm really freaked out right now, man. I have my gun cocked and ready, so if you're planning on jumping out to scare me, that would be a really bad idea." No reply. "Bowers!" I yelled. From over to my left, I hear him. "Hey bro, come check this out." I turned to face him. Bowers was standing through a doorway toward the back of one of the rooms. The look on his face will be forever burned into my brain. He didn't look scared or happy or angry anymore. He looked sad. Sad like he had just received the worst news in his life, and someone came and gave him even worse news. No tears or anything, just a frown with the most miserable eyes I've ever seen. I said, "What the hell happened to you back there, man?" He didn't move. His expression didn't change. He just stood there frozen, almost catatonic. I took a step forward. "Look!" I only got one syllable out before Bowers' face shifted from sadness to laughter. He was laughing in a very over-exaggerated manner, kind of a mocking laughter. The laugh wasn't the most disturbing event of this moment. It was how he had contorted his face into a horrific smile. I don't just mean a really big smile, but like an unnaturally wide grin, literally ear to ear. He began to lift his gun. "Bowers, no!" I screamed. He pointed his gun at me, and I took aim at him. He bent his arm and aimed at his head. "Hey bro, check this out." And he pulled the trigger. The sound of the gun firing echoed off the walls of the factory and bounced off of the surrounding mountains, going back and forth like a metronome. Bowers' body stiffened, then collapsed onto the ground. Blood poured from his head, gushing out of his nose and mouth. There was so much blood I could hear the sound it made as it leaked out onto the concrete floor. I screamed. I screamed as loud as I could. I screamed for someone to come help. But then my screams turned to panicked cries. The kind of cries where you can't catch your breath. I've never had a panic attack, but that's the only way I can describe it. I turned and scrambled for my truck. I ran over the edge of the hill and jumped out into the road. Without stopping, I regained my balance and scurried across the street to my truck. I jumped into my truck, started the engine, and got out of there as fast as I could. I sped down the highway, trying to get out of the mountains in range of the cell phone towers so I could call 911. I held my phone in my hand, waiting for even one bar of service to pop up. As soon as I saw the first bar with the little 4G next to it, I opened the keypad and started to dial. I dialed 911 and pushed call. It rang a couple of times, but then the call dropped. "God damn it, come on!" I shouted to myself. Before I could dial again, my phone started to ring. It was my fiancée. I rejected the call so I could first call the police. I'll just call her back in a little while. I started to dial 911, but my phone started to ring again. And again, it's my fiancée. I answered the phone. "Hello? Hey, babe, you gonna be home soon?" she asked. I replied, panicked. "You're not gonna fucking believe this. I don't know what to do. Bowers and I got to the factory, but he started to act weird, and then he killed himself. I'm so scared. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I've got to call the police and get help." She said nothing. I assumed she was as in shock as I was. "Babe, can you hear me? Did you hear what I said?" I asked. After several seconds of silence, I got a reply. Not in my fiancé's voice, but in a still, very familiar voice. The voice said, "Hey bro, come check this out." So this happened a few years ago, but I still remember it like it happened yesterday. Little bit of backstory quickly. My mom's father passed away from a car wreck when she was only 13. I never met the guy, obviously, but I've looked him up through stories and pictures and heard he was a great person. So anyway, that particular morning, my mother went to visit his grave by herself, while I was at my grandmother's house. My mom was going through some emotional situations at the time, and she told me that she prayed to him, asking for him to show her a sign that he's still around. So fast forward to that night, Mom and I were riding to Shongaloo, LA. If you've ever been to Louisiana, then you know it's just a bunch of small towns with a lot of forests and back roads in between, basically. So it's about 11:30ish, I would say. And the road we were on didn't have any light poles or any type of sort of light, besides the car headlights. We were just talking to each other, and all of a sudden, it's like time slowed down. Sound wasn't existent, and we see this humongous, glowing, bright blue ball of light just appear out of thin air, starting from the passenger side of the road. Like it was so bright that you would have seen it come out of the woods, but it didn't. Just appeared on one side of the road and slowly floated across and then disappeared as soon as it got to the other side. Just puff, gone in an instant. And I looked over at my mother, and by this time, everything has gone back to normal. Sound was back. And I still have the sheer, horrified look on her face burned into my brain. It was unexplainable. I've never seen anything like this in my life, but we've both come to the conclusion that it was my grandfather's spirit saying hi to us. One day when I was about 8 years old, my mother was given the worst news of her life. She was told by the doctor that she had 3 types of cancer and they would kill her. Well, she ended up passing in August. After about 2 weeks of living without a mom, I kept getting these weird dreams of going to the park with her. I kept telling my younger self to stop picturing her. She's gone. I guess that was my way of handling grief. Well, when I turned 9 in April, I woke up but couldn't move. I saw my mom in the corner of the room and what sounded like she was whispering something. I kept trying to snap out of it, but I couldn't move. Couldn't get up to say hi and I miss you. Well, she turned around and what I saw was not my mother. I shortly after learned it was sleep paralysis. Needless to say, I was scared shitless. Finally grew up and realised I was just dreaming kinda. Years and years went by. Until yesterday. I found a picture of my mom and kept looking for more pictures. I kept looking at them, seeing how happy my mom used to be. Until I felt a shiver go down my spine and looked through the pictures again. Her face kept changing and getting more and more altered. Her eyes became more and more dark. Her skin became more and more pale white, and her hair was balding. Well, finally, I put the pictures away. We went downstairs and saw the picture of her on the fridge and screamed. My dad came running in and noticed that I was looking at my mom. My dad claims nothing was wrong with the picture. So why was I the only one seeing these things happen? So I'm now almost 21 years old. My mom died when I was 8, and I had creepy dreams about her. I'm really scared. 2 years ago, I moved out from living with my dad. Moved cities, moved house, and now live alone in a 1-story house. Well, one day, I came home from college trying to relax and play some Rocket League on my PS4. Well, I kept hearing like a woman scream my name outside. I finally got up to look, and no one was there. Later that night, I was still awake gaming with some friends when I thought I heard someone jiggling the door handle, and I grabbed my pocket knife, not knowing what could happen, and peered across the living room, staring at my door, and I thought I could see a figure staring at my door, but I wasn't sure and wasn't going to find out. I quickly called my girlfriend, but she was asleep. It was 3:33 a.m, so no answer. I didn't sleep that night. Fast forward 2 weeks, and it's the present day. I heard 5 helicopters fly over my house, and 2 cop cars drove by, saying, "Stay inside. Don't open your door for anyone." so me being a dumbass opened my door, went over to my neighbour's house to ask what was happening. Well, I knocked, and their door was cracked, so it slowly opened. I noticed their house was a mess, and looked like they just grabbed what they could and disappeared into thin air. They had 3 dogs, 2 kids. Where did they go? This figure kept trying to get into my house, and I finally opened the door and nothing was there. Am I being haunted? Or targeted? To provide some background to this story, I used to work at a Victorian mansion in my hometown during my senior year of high school, up until I left for my first year of university. I was a tour guide there, and because of this, I was kind of allowed to just explore the home during my free time between tours. This mansion, which was known for its eccentric owner and is apparently haunted, according to local urban legend, is big. Big isn't really the right word to describe it, as the home is huge. Its layout is confusing, which lends itself to the overall creepy vibe that the house just gives off. The house is allegedly haunted by its owner, and I'm happy to confirm or deny which house it is if people would like that sort of thing, as it is a well-known tourist location where I'm from. There's a certain time of the year running from June to mid-July where the house is generally more active. It's generally accepted by tour guides, as we were the ones spending the most time in the house out of all the employees, that there are far more sightings and paranormal experiences that would occur during this time of year. Our running theory is that these weeks were the time in which the owner's daughter had been alive, before dying 6 weeks after birth. This death was what really started the owner's spiral into what many would consider to be hysteria or craziness. This happened in late June 2018, if I remember correctly. It had been a slow day, especially slow for the summer months where waves of tourists would come to tour the home. During slower times, tour guides are sent into the home to clean, generally dusting, washing windows, or sweeping. Simple tasks that would help maintain the house. I, along with one of my co-workers, were cleaning in the owner's main bedroom. Us tour guides would refer to this room as the dead room, as this was, in fact, the room that the owner died in. This wasn't something we would use around guests, as that would probably freak out the ones that were not fans of paranormal activity. At this time, my co-worker was fairly new to the job, and seeing that I was one of the more senior tour guides with a year under my belt, I was pointing out things in the room to her. One thing in particular that I pointed out was a scent sachet that was placed in a period picture on the bedside table. It was supposed to have a floral scent of some kind, but was not particularly strong, so guests most likely would not be able to notice any difference it could possibly make. After doing so, I decided to actually do my job and clean. I was dusting the window frames and my co-worker was inspecting the chest of drawers. For reference, this is across the room from where I pointed out the scent sachet to her just minutes before. While she was seeing if the various drawers in this antique piece of furniture would open, she noted that the scent sachet would possibly be more effective on this side of the room, as this was the side of the room where guests would enter on the tour route. There were 4 drawers on each side of this chest and drawers, and she finally got to the bottom one. At this time, we were about 3 or 4 feet apart, our backs to each other. My co-worker said in passing, "I'm sorry, ma'am," to the home's deceased owner, and there was a possibility that this piece was original to the house. As she stood up, there, all of a sudden, there was a strong rose scent, as if someone was shoving a bouquet right in your face, coming from right between where we were standing. I remember feeling this wave of panic immediately wash over me as I turned to look at my co-worker. I asked her if she smelled it too. She said yes, and that she was certain we weren't alone anymore. After a long second of us just looking at each other, the 2 of us bolted from the room, incredibly spooked by this very in-your-face moment. I found no way to explain it since, and the smell of roses never fails to cause a shiver to run down my spine.
So I was about 13 years old and living in an old apartment with my mom and my siblings. We've lived there for about 2 or 3 years, and nothing weird has ever happened to us. One night, like any other, I was sleeping, and to be honest, I don't know what time it was. Suddenly, I felt the urge to wake up because I was feeling like someone was pushing on my chest. I don't know if I woke up or not, and I don't know if it was a dream or what, but I felt physical reactions to what happened. I opened my eyes, I think, and I didn't see anything on top of me, but I was feeling a massive pressure on my chest, as if someone was pushing down on it with their hands. I looked to the wall on my right and saw a shadow that I have a hard time describing. It was some sort of big head with horns that were hovering over me. Of course, my first thought that it was the devil or some demon. I was laying on my bed and I tried getting up, but I couldn't even move. I was facing upwards and my arms were straight alongside the rest of my body. I grew up in a Christian family and I was taught to say, "I rebuke you in the name of the Lord," whenever I had to face some sort of weird situation dealing with paranormal stuff. So I tried to say that, but I couldn't. I was trying really hard to say it, but I could barely move my lips and couldn't say more than "I." At the same time, I was forcing my body, as if I was trying to not let that thing inside me. That went on for maybe 3 or 4 minutes, until I felt really tired and stopped forcing my chest. In that exact moment, I felt like an inner heat inside my body, as if that thing got inside me. Plus, the shadow was gone. Then I really woke up, and I felt a pain in my chest and shivers. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, and the next morning, I got out of the room and didn't go back in it for the day. And I even think I slept in my mother's room the next night. There should have been 21 assignments for me to grade, and yet I was looking at 22. It didn't make any sense. I double and triple checked the piles of papers, but there was no mistake. I only had 21 students, and yet there were 22 pages to grade. I was hunched over my desk, going through the pages one by one. I took note of all the names, trying to find the extra assignment. They were all simple essays where they described what they'd done during winter break and what they were most looking forward to in the coming year, a simple English assignment. In the middle of the pile, there was one paper that clearly stood out. It was barely legible, and there was no signature. The text was written in squiggly lines with a red pen, pressed so hard into the paper that it had punched several holes. "I'll be free," the paper said. "I got out, and she has no idea there's two of us now." The paper was barely legible. Half-finished sentences described a sudden awakening, thoughts of breaking things, describing people as disposable objects, hearing a voice in the mirror. My friend gave me a flower, and now I'm here. There was a scribbled drawing of a blue sunflower in the corner of the paper. It was the strangest thing I'd ever read. Yes, I'm a teacher. The kids I teach are on the edge of turning into teenagers. It's an awkward age, but it's that space in a young person's life where you can really make an impact. If you can make them feel seen and heard, they might gain a confidence that will follow them for the rest of their lives. I have 21 students in my class, 8 boys and 13 girls. The day after I graded that paper, I didn't know what to think or say. After I took attendance, it dawned on me. Whoever handed in that paper was in the room, right now. It threw me off my tempo. I had them do some individual assignments while I found my bearings. It was the usual ruckus, bickering and joking, awkward teenage flirting, loud discussions about whatever was new online. But something felt different, malevolent. It had to be one of the girls. The paper had hinted at it, but which one? I handed out an extra assignment, nothing fancy. I just took the crazy paper out of the bunch and distributed the rest randomly to the students. For tomorrow, they were to write a short essay, telling me about what they'd read in other students' essays. Reading comprehension and writing at once? No one would have a problem with that, except the students. As I got back home with some takeout sushi, I looked over the strange paper again. There were some smudges going left to right. No matter if you're right-handed or left-handed, that'll happen. But further down, there were more smudges. It looked like the writer had held the pen like a hook, with the pen facing the writer. It indicated a left-handed writer. I double-checked with a few articles online, which said the same thing. But there were no hook-handed writers in my class. I would have noticed. But I was sure there were a few left-handed people. I finished my sushi and went to bed with a chilling feeling that I was missing something obvious. The next day, I got the assignments, all 21 of them, no extras. I breathed a sigh of relief, figuring that maybe someone had just played a cruel prank on me. We got through the classes on the day without a hitch. We even managed a fairly successful math quiz. All in all, I wasn't complaining. The extra assignment wasn't that important, but I took them home to grade them anyway. Some had put some effort into the work, and I wanted to reward them. No matter the age, everyone loves gold star stickers, and I had plenty on my crafts table. I started going through the papers, only to notice something. There were, once again, 22 of them. At some point during the day, someone had snuck an extra paper in there. Going through the pages, I couldn't help but feel that bubbling sense of dread. One of these papers was going to be terrifying. It felt like getting slowly pricked by a needle. At first there's just pressure, but you know the hurt is coming. It was at the bottom of the pile. Red ink, barely legible. Spots from a hook-handed writer. "I know you've caught on," the paper said. "I want you to know. I want you to chase." There were little sketches of drops of blood falling into an open mouth. Crude but clear. "Chase me. I'll chase you." I didn't sleep well that night. I pulled the curtains, I double-checked all the locks, I pulled the covers up tight, and I left the light on in the hallway. And yet, I still had that awful sinking feeling that I was missing something. Was it Claire? She'd always been a bit of an oddball, or maybe someone I'd never expect, like Shanda, maybe Petra, Fiona? I had this mental image of someone following me to my car, a young girl hiding in the back seat, a maniacal smile popping up in the rearview mirror, sharp little nails and unblinking eyes diving towards me, cutting my throat open as I'm going 70 miles an hour down the freeway. I didn't sleep well that night. I started imagining shadows passing by in the hall in the corner of my eye. A few days passed. I started taking notes on the girls in class. I checked what pens they had and which was their main hand. If it was just a matter of someone pranking me, it might be enough to just find a left-handed girl. However, no girl in my class was left-handed, and no one owned a red ink pen. I also had a chat with the school counsellor. They couldn't betray patient confidentiality, but they could tell me whether they were aware of any problems that might explain this. They weren't. If anything, they seemed more worried about me. Since this started, I'd seemed a bit on edge. They didn't blame me, but they wanted to make sure I was taking care of myself. I tried several tricks. I tried monitoring the hand-ins. I tried watermarking the papers. I tried all kinds of tricks, but I got nothing. At the end of the day, I kept getting outsmarted. It was as if the paper just appeared out of nowhere, sometime during the day. I couldn't pin it on anyone. I tried to just forget about it, but every time I graded a paper, I feared that another threat would show up. Sometimes it did, sometimes it didn't. But the times it did, it just ruined me. That peaceful moment of grading papers and listening to audiobooks had turned into a horrific sideshow. "I'll show you," one of the notes said. "I'll break a light in your house." The same day, the kitchen light stopped working. It didn't look broken, but how could I possibly tell? One of those days, as I was chopping leeks in the kitchen, I got this awful sinking feeling in my stomach. Looking out the window, I noticed something. A silhouette just a few feet away. She was short, with long black hair. There was something wrong with the shape of her face. Her skin looked grey. For a moment, we just stared at one another. It took me a few seconds to realize that it wasn't just a face. It was a skull. Still clutching my kitchen knife, I stumbled away from the window. It had to be a mask. That wasn't a real face. It couldn't be. Suddenly, the lights broke. All of them. The kitchen, the hallway, the bathroom. Hell, even my desktop lamp at my home office. All of them shattered, spreading searing hot shards across the floor with a violent bang. My ears rang, and I dove for cover. It felt like a gunshot. Looking up, there was no one left outside. No mask, no kid, no nothing. I called the police, but there was little they could do. There had been a power surge. That much the electric company could confirm, but there were no witnesses of an intruder. I showed them the notes and filed a threat report. We had a long talk, and they tried their best to calm me down, but at the end of the day, I was still alone, and someone was out there. I went through that image in my head 1,000 times. I had several girls in my class, but no one that fit what I'd seen. Her hair was too long. She was too short, too skinny. I couldn't think of anyone that fit that description. But she'd been there, no doubt in my mind. And I had this gnawing feeling that I'd seen her before. Over the next couple of days, I couldn't stop seeing her. She'd be across the road as I went to work in the morning. I'd see her pass by the window in the cafeteria, and one day, as I was driving home, I saw her in the rear view mirror of my car. That grey death's head grinning at me. I was getting more notes, not just slipped into the hand-in assignments, but also just scattered around my apartment. At one point, I snapped. I'd just stepped out of the shower. I'd put on a bathrobe and had started to dry my hair when I noticed a message on the bathroom mirror. There, written backwards, it simply said, "Chase me." I screamed as my heart sank. I broke the bathroom mirror with my hairdryer. "What the fuck do you want from me?" I called out. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" I barely noticed the glass shards cutting into my feet as I stormed out. I'd had enough. I had to do something. I couldn't live like this forever. Kid or not, this had to end. "Where are you?" I called out as I passed through my bedroom. "Where the fuck are you?" I glimpsed something outside the window. Of course she was around. Always there, always near. "Come out!" I screamed as I entered the kitchen. "Show yourself!" The moment I stepped into the kitchen, it shook. Every drawer, every door, every appliance. Everything flung open, as if pulled open by a steady hand. I was so frustrated I could cry. I just wanted it to end, but I was too scared to move. It felt like anything could happen at any moment, like the entire world was listening to me and reacting accordingly. I just stood there, trying to remember to breathe. "Please," I whispered, "show yourself. Stop this." And as if to answer my call, she did. The front door creaked. The hinges rusted and fell apart. A gentle breeze was all it took for the door to break. She was so small. There was no doubt in my mind. She wasn't wearing a mask. She was nothing but bone. I backed away, like an animal pushed into a corner. I tried to force myself to attack, to do something. But as a response, the kitchen shook again. This time, it was pandemonium. Cutlery crashed onto the floor. Plates rolled out of the dishwasher and broke apart. Glasses shot across the room like bullets. Even the little drawer of miscellanea collapsed in on itself, spreading knickknacks and rubber bands all over the room. "I've chased you!" I screamed. "Are we fucking done? Is this it?" She raised a thin, grey finger. She pointed at something in the corner. A dry, blue sunflower. Something clicked in my head. That sense of missing something. It was still there, but this was the answer. Somehow, this was it. "What do you mean?" "What? Just talk. Don't just..." There it was. The first note. There'd been a drawing of a blue sunflower, and it said she'd gotten it as a present. This was that flower. I was sure of it. I got out, and she has no idea there's two of us now. That's what it had said. That was part of that very first note. She was talking about me. I'd written those notes myself. I handed in the assignments. That's how I never noticed it. I looked over at my crafts table. My red ink pen was half empty by now. I had red smudges under my left hand. And then there was her. Of course I'd seen her before, time and time again. I had long black hair as a kid. I'd been skinny and short. You found me, her little voice said. Funny. The images came flooding back. A shadow in the bathroom mirror. A simple hello and a flower offered. I remember taking the hand of an impossible being, reaching across a nightmare space to darken my inner child. This awful, malevolent being living at the core of my soul. Something dead and resurrected, trying to make room for madness. But it wasn't just madness. She was real. Doors don't rust by themselves. Glasses don't throw themselves. And I can't for the life of me cause an electric surge with my mind. This was a real being with real power, and she'd settled in the back of my mind. And now I've chased her. I'd found her. Do you want me to leave? She asked. I can. I didn't know what to say. Of course I wanted her gone. I wanted it all to be over. But there was this gnawing feeling that there was more to it. She didn't just scare me and torture me for the fun of it. Tell me to leave, she insisted. Set me free. That was it, wasn't it? She wasn't free. She came from me, and so maybe she was stuck with me. Maybe she couldn't leave. Maybe she couldn't hurt anyone else. Not as long as I'm around. It said, I'll be free in that first note. That meant she wasn't free as of now. To me, it suddenly made sense. Standing there, I shook my head. You can't leave, can you? I cackled. You're just as stuck with me as I am with you. I could kill you, she laughed. No, you can't, can you? If so, why haven't you? There was no response. You need to be cut you loose to get you out there, don't you? That I find you and just let go. I took a step forward and saw blood seeping out from the sole of my feet. My hands were rattling like leaves in the wind. I'm not letting go, I screamed. No fucking way. I'll hurt you. Do your fucking worst. But there was nothing more. In the blink of an eye, she was gone. But in my mind's eye, I could still see her. Every memory of seeing myself as a kid was tainted. I had memories of seeing myself in the mirror with a skeleton-faced grin. I remember seeing my reflection in water puddles. I knew that wasn't what I'd look like, but in my head, that was me. We were interchangeable. She was me, and I was her. Two beings, and I was going to keep her here. I'll be a walking fucking jail. I know it sounds absurd, but she is real, and nothing I can do changes that. I couldn't live with that thing coming out of me, reaching other people, spreading. I can't work at the school anymore. She scares the children. I'm afraid of seeing other people. She hurts them whenever she gets the chance. I've seen birds fall out of the sky. A family of moles lying dead at my doorstep. Circles of roadkill lined up around my car. I've been thrown, cut, burned and beaten, but I haven't succumbed. She's just as scared of me as I am of her. I had to write this down. If you're reading this, something has happened. Maybe an accident. Maybe I've grown sick. I've set up for this to be posted as my post-mortem, as an explanation for my eccentric behaviour. It's on a 7-day timer, so if I haven't confirmed my status by that time, it's safe to say I'm not around anymore. And if I died, I pray to God I took her with me. I don't want to think about what that thing could do if it's set free. Unbound. A couple of years ago, I frequently saw some visions after I woke up from my sleep in the middle of the night. And those visions lasted no more than a second, but I always felt like they were long and vivid. I don't know how else to tell this, but it felt like time was bent, and a time that was short feels a bit longer. I knew these visions were short, but it felt a little bit longer. This has been happening since I was a little boy. The earliest I recall is having a huge ass white, all white spider on my bed crawling up on me. There are some examples in the middle now, but I don't want to go into unnecessary details that much. There's just one guy who I've seen more than once. He's a guy with the look of a thief or burglar. Once when I was a child, I saw him in my dream. He had white skin, a well-shaven face or his beard didn't grow. He wears all black with a cap, and leather gloves and so on. Again, when I was a child, I had a dream in which I was lying on the couch in my living room, and my mother and father were praying, indifferent of me, and I'm chilling until this guy comes in and looks at me, and starts making his way towards me, hands stretched like a mummy. He closes in, his face inches away from mine that I can see his iris clearly. I wake up and see a glimpse of him and wet myself crying. Last summer when I was sleeping, I suddenly woke up without a reason, and when I opened my eyes, it was this mofo again, standing and watching me with a hand lamp. I was fully awake, and although the light burned and hurt my eyes, I could see his grinning face. It was him. Although I was frightened, I suddenly had anger towards the guy, and these emotional changes happened in like 2 seconds. I was mad and pissed at the guy because my eyes were hurting from all that light buried in my face. I yell at the top of my lungs like, "I've had enough of you," while bolting out of the bed to punch him. If it was a solid body, that would have been a perfect punch. But as soon as I did that, he pixelated. Thousands, millions, billions of pixels like gold dust flying up in the air. And I've never seen that guy after I punched him into oblivion. What was that? My family believes in ghosts. We have a lot of stories, especially from the current house they live in. We also prefer to deal with things in a flippant way. We bless the house, how many times? And something always comes back and starts drama. My mom believes that entities attach themselves to me and I end up taking them home, but that's a story for another time. When my sister was in her younger teens, she really liked Kurt Cobain and had a poster of him on a wall. My mom was kind of grossed out about it, saying his negative energy from him committing suicide could affect my sister. At some point during her occasional lectures, in an effort to spook my sister, she said, "Kurt Cobain climbs out of that poster and makes you have bad dreams." And that started it. The ghost we would hear in that specific part of the house was now Kurt Cobain, and involving friends and relatives until the lore was a fun experience. Kurt Cobain walks around upstairs. This room was a converted attic on a one-level house. So if Kurt Cobain was awake, anyone on the first level would hear. People tend to feel uncomfortable in that room, aside from my sister and myself, who shared the room with her when I was around during college break. My boyfriend, who never really believed in ghosts, had his first experience while staying over there, and we now call it the Kurt Cobain confrontation of 2015. My family had left the day before for vacation, and my boyfriend and I were going to follow them up early the next day. So we spent the night at the house because we were going to grab a few extra things in the morning. As we went to the bed, the light we turned off flicked back on. Then we heard Kurt Cobain stomping around upstairs and opening drawers. In the morning, when we were grabbing what we needed to, we saw that my sister's bed was completely moved to one side. This extends to others staying over, like my sister's friends staying over during a party, hearing 3 loud knocks just recently. And if you're wondering, yes. If you were in the same room while Kurt Cobain was walking around, you would definitely hear him, though it usually sounded like shuffling. To avoid being scared shitless and unable to sleep, I would plug my earbuds in and listen to some basic white noise or rain, etc., and tell him to leave me alone. In regards to that room, once I was staying there while I was in town and my sister was out of town. It was about 11:30 p.m, so everyone was in their respective rooms. I'm watching a YouTube video on my phone when I hear boom. It sounded like a bowling ball was dropped in the closet. I'm absolutely shocked, and I'm trying to investigate the sound when my other sister comes in to check on me. She said it sounded like I fell off my bed. Then my parents, who were staying in the renovated basement, came up to scream at us over the ridiculous amount of noise we're making. This asshole Kurt Cobain did something so stupid loud, my parents in the basement woke up. We could never figure out what the fuck the noise was. Nothing was broken or fallen over. So that's the story of how my family handles scary stuff. It's fun to say, oh, that's just Kurt Cobain, when someone's staying over hears something weird from upstairs. So this is a story from when I was just a kid. I believe around 8 or 9 years old at the time of my first encounter. I had a weird dream with a woman in a white dress with flowers on it, kind of like an old nightgown, but with more layers of cloth. She didn't look scary or evil or anything, just like a normal person. The thing is, when I woke up in my loft bed and looked out of the little window over my bedroom door, she was standing in the hall looking right back at me. It freaked me out so much I just yelled out for my parents and hid under my bed. My parents didn't believe me and said it was just a bad dream. Well, as a kid, you believe your parents have all the answers, and so you just listen to what they say. Go back to bed and forget about it. Problem is, this was not the last time I would see her. Every now and then I saw her, sometimes in a dream, sometimes in real life. Sometimes clear, other times just a glimpse or in the corner of my eye. Sometimes at night, other times in the middle of the day. Eventually, I was in the last year of what can be described as elementary school. Here in the Netherlands, we only have 2 schools before you start a study for a specific job or field. So I was 11 years old, and as a tradition, your class goes on a week-long trip, the last year of school. During this trip, we were sharing ghost stories in the boys' room of an old farm that had been converted to a sort of hotel. There were already rumours that the place was haunted, supported by the fact that many of the photos taken inside had weird white rings on them for some unknown reason. But that's not really important here. The important part is some of the kids got really scared. One said the ground was spinning and tilting, and a few others started seeing and feeling stuff no one else could. And eventually, the panic woke up the teachers and girls in the other rooms, who all went into the hall to have a look at what was going on. So far, everything was fine for me, but when I looked into the hall where all the girls were standing, I saw her, clear as day, standing between the rest of the girls. No one even seemed to notice the grown woman, but I yelled out in fear to get away from me and leave me alone. Something I now regret, because I'm still not sure if it was even real, or all just the overactive imagination of a child's mind. Probably unrelated, but might possibly be relevant, is something my mother told me years later. When I was a little kid, like 3 or 4 years old, I used to talk to a princess. Not playing or pretending like with an imaginary friend, but full-on conversations just sitting there. I don't remember any of that, but I thought it was interesting and makes up some of my theories on the nature of this ghost woman thing. I've not seen her since, but the memories are still some of the clearest I have as a child, and I've spent many hours trying to find out if it was even real. And if it was, what was she? This story happened around 1 or 2 weeks ago, and is the first time in my life where I encountered or thought I encountered a ghost. My friends and I were having a sleepover at my house. There were about 7 of us. We wanted something exciting to do, so we were thinking of stuff we could do. And we remembered that there was this abandoned munitions factory not too far away from us. Some people in our grades started to go, but most of my friends have not gone, so we decided to go. When we got there, I had this horrible gut feeling that something horrible was going to happen. Mind you, I've been there before, and when I was there, did not get this horrible gut feeling. I told my friends I was just going to stay by the car, but they begged me so, even though I had a horrible gut feeling. I went into the dark, lifeless trail to get to the destination with my friends. We finally arrived at the munitions factory, and like before, it was creepy. But unlike last time, this anxiety only grew. The factory was crazy. I mean, upside down crosses were a common sight, same as 666 messages, and occasionally you'd see satanic hypergraphs in the building. Also, my friend said that he saw candles in the building as well, but I cannot personally confirm that one. So we explored the main building and eventually went into the outside tunnels of the factory, which if you look at Google Maps, you'll know what I'm talking about. This is where the possible ghost or demon encounter happened. Mind you, before this happened, my friend, let's just call him Connor, was calling out a possible ghost by saying over and over again the phrase, "Show your presence." We were all in the tunnel when my friend, let's just call him Thomas, was 100 feet behind us in the dark, trying to scare us. But instead of scaring us, we saw him sprinting at us, telling us that he heard knocking. At first we didn't believe him, because the whole time he was trying to scare us in many different ways, but he kept begging us, he wasn't kidding. We all then decided to stay silent to see if we could hear anything, and sure enough, we heard a loud knock knock. That's when we bolted out of the tunnel. We were all one group, and we were running towards the forest to escape when we heard Connor scream, which made us think he was being chased, which made us run faster into the forest. In all reality, Connor just did that to be funny, which I don't know why you would do that in a situation that all of us felt could be life or death, which made all of my friends suspicious that he knocked, but I'll talk about that later. Apparently, Connor, Thomas, and my other friends, let's just call him Brendan, all went back through the building to get to the exit. So we were in two groups. I know that splitting up is never a good idea, but blame it on why we split up. At the end after the group, I was travelled through thick thorn bushes, ran into the police, but just got a warning, and eventually hopped an 8 to 10 foot barbed wire fence. And the other group travelled back through the building, eventually saw another group of teenagers and decided to scare them, and hid in the bushes to avoid the cops. We all made it back to the car and went back home. Turns out, my gut feeling was right, as the last time I was there, nobody else was in the building and there were no cops. Mind you, all this happened at around 11 PM, so it was very dark. When we got back to my house, we played some video games, did some other stuff, even played some poker. When it was around 2 or 3 AM though, we started talking about the factory. Here's where the story gets terrifying. The whole time, we were under the impression that someone was just messing with us back there, but then we talked about it. If someone was messing with us, they would have had to travel 100 feet in less than a minute, because that's how short of a time it was from the time Thomas ran to us to the time we heard the second knock. There are two ways they could have travelled, either on the roof or through the trees right outside the tunnel. But with logic, those answers are easily disprovable. If he travelled on the roof, we would have heard him, as the roof of the tunnel was sheet metal. And the first time I was there, my friend was trying to scare us by going on the roof, and whenever he stepped, he made a lot of noise. The second option of going on the outside of the tunnel also doesn't make sense, because we would have heard the tree branches and sticks break, and also the foliage was so thick. I think it might be physically impossible to move 100 feet in less than a minute, but again, you can go on Google Maps and see what I'm saying. Plus, if someone was messing with us, when we started running away, they probably would have screamed pussy at us or something. Also, when we finally got outside, we looked at the tunnel from the outside and saw no one on the roof. So the only thing I can reasonably think of is that it was one of us, but also, we were all in a big group when it happened, so we would have seen if someone did it. Even if Connor was acting suspicious, I think we would have noticed or seen him do it. Also, it sounded as if it came from the roof as well. Also, when we were at my house, Connor put to God it was not him, as did everyone else pretty much. Recently, my partner and I have been hearing random banging noises throughout the whole flat, to the point where we check to make sure the front door is locked and search every room to see whether or not anything has changed position or we notice something odd. We left the lounge door open the other night, and once we woke up, it was closed. The thing that has brought me to share my experience with you was to ask whether people believe in paranormal activity during hours of light. Because this afternoon around 12:30 p.m, I was lay on the bed with my heavily pregnant partner just watching some TV as we're both recovering from an illness. But all of a sudden, our ears felt like they had a buzzing sensation. So my partner suggested turning down the TV, and I responded, I'd rather just turn the TV off. And as soon as I said off, it suddenly switched off by itself, and the Freeview box was still lit green, so that was on. Next thing, our dog Mimi is staring at something right next to my right side of the bed, and I felt a surreal, cold, tingling, shivering, weird sensation all throughout my body. Pretty much freaked out. Other things seemed to happen, such as the kitchen light flickering, unexplained knocks and bangs. The dog sometimes looks around the room as if she's following something, and also barks and growls towards whatever it is. My partner heard someone coming through the front door and heard them making a cup of tea, but it turned out nobody was there. The dog's brush, which we keep on a top shelf in the lounge, had ended up on the floor the next morning. When we record around the room with the flash on, you can see the light orbs often around rooms in the flat. We are staying at her granddad's vacant flat whilst he stays elsewhere, due to coronavirus going on. Does anyone else believe in spirits or ghosts? Do you believe they're harmless to us humans, living here in the physical world? We moved into my mum's house when I was around 10 years old. Initially, we never noticed anything strange going on, but I'd say things started happening in the first year of living there. I don't know how many ghosts there are, only that there is one, and we call it Rosie. My 6-year-old brother was the first one to mention anything. See, when you entered my bedroom, there was a window on the wall straight across from the door. You had to pass my room to get to my brother's, and if the door is open, you can see the window. He ran to me crying one day, saying he saw a girl in my room in front of the window. He said she had shoulder-length hair and glasses. This could be nothing more than childhood imagination, but he was definitely pretty spooked by it. The second thing I remember was a while later, and probably the thing that scared me most. My older sister convinced me to switch bedrooms with her, because I had the master, and it was bigger than hers. Our house was one of those houses that's halfway underground, so even though it was all the same floor, some of the windows were ground level, and some weren't. The room I moved into is the creepiest room in the house, and I had my bed positioned under a window, which was not ground level. Nothing could reach it from the outside, it was way too high. One night, I was laying in bed trying to sleep, and all of a sudden, something knocked on the window, right above my head. Naturally, I was fucking terrified. I was like 11. I jumped out of bed and ran to my sister's room and told her. Of course, she didn't believe me. A couple days later, it happened again, only this time, she was in the room with me and definitely heard it. She opened the window and looked around and was yelling that if someone was messing with the window, they'd better stop. It wasn't rocks being thrown or anything, it was the very distinct sound of rapping on a window. Unmistakable. Another time in that room, I was sitting on a couch there reading a book, and my cat was sleeping next to me. I had a bunch of school papers laid out on the bed. As I was reading, I heard them rustling around, but I didn't look up from my book because I assumed it was my cat. It took a couple of moments for me to realise my cat was next to me, and there were no drafts that could possibly make them move. I immediately left the room. A few days later, I casually mentioned it to my sister, and she told me she'd had creepy things happen to her in that room too. She said she had a couple of pencils on a shelf, and that one day it just flew off. Not across the room or anything, it wasn't far. She said it fell in front of the shelf, but there had been just a tiny bit of momentum behind it. I can't say whether that's 100% true or not, given I wasn't there, but from the things I've experienced in the house, I believe it. Over the years, we've had all kinds of little things happen in the house. There's been times when the kitchen cabinets have opened, not in a scary, dramatic way, like in scary movies when you walk into the kitchen and every single cabinet is wide open. It wasn't like that at all. I'd be sitting on the couch and hear the tiniest squeak of the cabinets, and walk in the kitchen, and one will be like halfway open. We've had doors open and close, the TV goes on and off, things like that. Sometimes I'll sit watching TV and the entire cable box will go off. Once I rolled my eyes and said out loud, "Turn it back on, Rosie," and I shit you not, it started to boot up. That one could be a coincidence, but it's cooler to believe that the ghost listened to me. Now for my personal favourite. This happened 2 or 3 years ago, when my current boyfriend lived there with me before we moved out. We were both 18, and we were sitting on the couch watching a movie. It was maybe midnight. At this point, my sister had a daughter, and I was pregnant myself, so there were baby toys there for when my niece would visit. Among those toys was one of those activity centres for babies, to pull upon and play, like a little table. Well, this thing had been going off for a while, just making all kinds of noises and playing music. I definitely chalked this up to a ghost, because it did it all the time. But it never ever did it until we moved it to my mum's house. I guess it was getting on my boyfriend's nerves, because eventually he says, "Shut the fuck up," to it. He has all kinds of pre-programmed phrases and shit like baby toys do. And before it goes off, it'll say, "Bye-bye." That's what it did after he said that. I jokingly said, "Oh, Rosie's gonna get you tonight." Later, we're in my bedroom, laying down trying to sleep. In the corner, there's a window right next to a closet door. Now, I don't know if this came from the window or the closet, but suddenly, there's a really loud thump from the corner. My boyfriend jolted up, and all I said was, "I told you." Needless to say, he slept on the couch that night. Another time, my boyfriend's little puppy ran past that toy into the kitchen, and the toy said, "Run, little dog, run." That freaked my boyfriend out too. A little backstory of my friends. I met my now best friend at the end of middle school, and we hung out almost every weekend. We'd chill at his mum's house most of the time, and she worked third shift, so when we hung out, we were usually alone. We always presumed his house to be haunted, as we would hear noises and stuff, and that it was literally across the street from a cemetery. Nothing ever happened, and it never seemed threatening, so we actually eventually got used to it. Obviously, we would still react, but we'd be less and less freaked out by it. Time goes by, and we continue to hang out regularly every weekend at their mum's place. Same situation. Their mum works third shift, we're alone most of the time, and small paranormal-ish things happen every so often. We're probably freshmen or sophomores at this time. We would attempt to play online on COD, but their Wi-Fi wasn't the greatest, so we would often play zombies, which we also enjoyed a lot. My friend's brother had to get up early the following day, so on this particular night, he went to bed a little earlier than me and my best friend. We continued to play video games for about another hour or two when we decided to hit the hay. We would sleep in his living room where they had a large L-shaped couch. They would set up the cushions in a way where the dogs couldn't climb up and ruin the couch when they weren't using it, so we had to just take everything down and set up the cushions. As this happened, I heard the floor creak and an odd sound from the end of the hall. Just a weird moaning sound, as if he had just woken up and was tired. as he had just done that. My friend didn't hear it, but I immediately looked down the hall and saw his brother walking across the hall to the bathroom. Not breaking sight of the hallway, I let out a little chuckle, but then proceeded down the hall when I realised I hadn't noticed anything else happening. As I reached the bathroom, the door was slightly cracked, so I quietly called his name to check on him. No answer. I say it again a little louder. Still no answer, but I hear shuffling in his room. I go over and see him turning over in bed. My eyes widen and I freeze. I realise I hadn't looked away from the hallway and never saw him return to his room, but it was him walking to the bathroom. I was freaked out and explained to my friend what I saw, and he was equally freaked out. That was a first for that house, and it took me a while to fall asleep that night, and for about a week following that, for that matter. Still gives me the chills when I think back. I was about 11 or 12 years old when this happened. One night, while I was asleep, I hear my name and someone grab my shoulder. I was sleeping on my side facing the wall, so I roll over and turn around and see this tall person standing right beside me. He had a slight green glow around his whole body. Also, I would like to mention it was very early in the morning, so there was a tiny bit of light, but not a lot. But I could clearly see someone or something standing right next to me. As my eyes adjust to waking up, I assume it's my dad, so I say, "Dad, is that you?" With no response. The person didn't have features that I could see, but I could tell he was looking right at me. After I said that and realised it wasn't my dad, I laid there frozen, not able to move for about 5 seconds, of him just staring at me. It turns around, and I see with my own eyes it just walk through the wall. Even though it was dark, I could see it clearly because of the green glow around him. Also, I would like to mention, I always slept with my door closed, and after he left through the wall, I ran out of my room and the door was still shut. I immediately ran into the bathroom and locked the door, and threw up. I felt super sick and was drenched in sweat. I stayed in the bathroom till it was light out before I went back to my room. I also asked everyone in my family if they went in my room that night, and no one had. This occurred when I was in 4th grade. My school had 2 floors, and my classroom was located on the 2nd floor. Most of the classroom is made up of windows, almost 2 walls worth of them. It was in the afternoon, and we were doing independent working time. As a kid, it was difficult for me to stay on task with my work, so I caught myself staring out the window. Out of nowhere, I spot a weird-looking aircraft. I was still a kid, so I assumed it was an airplane. But the more I noticed, the more I believed it wasn't an airplane, but maybe an aircraft not from here. The aircraft was a dark shade of grey. It looked like the classic circle UFO, as if it had been squashed and then extended. It also had some long, fin-like wings, one on each side, and one on top. It also had very dark tinted windows. I kept staring at it with confusion. It made no noise, and it was passing right by my classroom window. I was in shock. I then looked around my class to see if I wasn't the only one noticing it, but they all had their heads down. It wasn't the type as if they were doing their work, not at all. It was as if they were shut down like a robot. They kept their heads down, hanging. They looked lifeless. I kept looking back and forth. I would look at the aircraft, then look around the classroom. It all felt so strange. I remember feeling so nauseous. I looked back at the window and it vanished. In front of the window is a clear view, so I had to see it fly off or pass completely through, but it was gone. Not even a split second passed. Then the bell rang for recess. This was when all the kids perked up and began heading out. They got up as if nothing happened. During recess, I began to tell my friends what had happened, and all they said was, "What are you talking about?" and brushed it off. I kept trying to tell others what happened and they didn't believe me. Currently in my junior year of high school. To this day, I believe it was a UFO or something paranormal. I always feel uneasy when I think about it. So long story short, I've grown up in occupied houses all my life. My mum and grandma practice witchcraft. They're super sensitive to the paranormal, and I guess from all the exposure, the same thing happened to me. I've seen shit at times, but I can't explain. Had close encounters, and things always seem to be attracted to my energy. Anyway, September, October last year, my boyfriend and I were in bed asleep. He's a heavy sleeper, so it's hard to get him awake. Do you ever get the dreading sensation that someone's watching you and you don't feel safe? At 3 a.m., I woke up so naturally. I woke up, only to see my bedroom door opening and stopping halfway, and a tall, dark figure standing behind it, so I could see half of its body. And thanks to the lights coming from outside, they made it look like it was completely solid. I've had sleep paralysis before, countless times, and this was nothing like it. It just stared at us for a good minute or two, before then slowly slinking back behind the door and out of sight. Panicking and waking my boyfriend up to get up with me to close the door, we hugged for a minute before going back to bed. The next morning he told me that while we hugged at the door, he heard something coming from the kitchen and hadn't wanted to say anything in case I freaked out more and couldn't sleep. This is coming from someone who's a massive skeptic and has never experienced anything supernatural. I immediately ruled out that it was a shadow person because 1, they're normally smaller, and 2, they hate attention, so it would have just been gone the second I looked at it. So, any ideas? This is a story my family told me. I was too young to remember this apartment. When I was a little kid, my grandparents lived in company housing. My grandfather worked in an oil refinery in Louisiana, and he lived in the previous manager's apartment, on the top floor of one of the refinery's administration buildings. The previous manager, Jack, was a very eccentric man. People knew him to be very private. He had secretly knocked out a wall panel in the apartment off the laundry room and expanded the apartment into the attic. He added an extra bedroom, and that's where he spent a lot of his time. Anyway, one day, Jack didn't show up for work. People were concerned, but they looked in his apartment, and he wasn't there, so they assumed he left. A few days later, people below reported a bad smell in their office. The fire department and police came and found Jack's body in the secret room that he built. No one had seen it before because the room was behind a hidden door. He'd been dead for almost 5 days. My grandfather was the man they brought in to replace Jack. My mother was out of college at the time and went to Louisiana to visit her parents. My grandmother made Jack's room into a guest bedroom because the apartment was small and they needed the space. My mother was aware of what happened, but my grandmother told her that the room was all right. That's where my mother stayed. The first night, she told my grandmother that she wanted the bedroom door left open so she could get to the bathroom easier. In the middle of the night, she woke up to the jiggle of the doorknob. She turned around to look, and the door was shut. She panicked, but laid there to see if it would stop. When it didn't stop, she decided to face her fears. She ran to the door and opened it. Nothing was there. So she went to sleep on the couch. Another night, my mother was sleeping in Jack's room. She had a dream that a dead man was on the ceiling watching her. His eyes were bulging, staring at her. The next day, as she described the man and what he was wearing, multiple people told her that's what Jack wore almost every day. The description matched. Ghosts or no ghosts, that room was a creepy place to be, and supposedly, it never quite smelled right. My dog is very old, but still alive. She's a 13-pound miniature poodle who's about 15 years old. That's to say, she sleeps a lot. Most of the time, really, but especially at night. Last night, I was in bed reading in the dark when I thought I felt my dog walking around my bed to try to jump onto it. I felt the vibrations of her movement and heard the pitter-patter of her feet. Getting into my bed at that time would have been unusual for her because she's already laid down to sleep. What caught my attention was when I thought she'd actually jumped onto the bed, but then there was no dog. I froze for a moment, then turned the lights on. My dog was sleeping in her bed on the floor and probably hadn't moved for hours. Something didn't feel right, so I sat up and looked around for a minute. Then I looked over at my rat cage, which was high off the ground, and saw that one of my rats was outside the cage, sitting on top of it as if she'd been placed there. It's a metal cage, and no one escaped before or since. It couldn't have been a rat trying to get in my bed, because once she'd reached the floor there would have been no way for her to get back to the cage. I don't know what's going on, but I have a thought of a few possibilities. 1, I've been sick and dehydrated. It could have been a hallucination. Can't explain the rat, though. 2, some entity was messing with me and my animals. Or 3, a residual haunting of my dog getting on my bed, and an escaped rat. A spirit, ghost, or angel may have saved my mother's life. Some background info. This is a story my mother told me a couple of years ago. When she was just out of college, she was very poor, and so she moved into a bad part of town until she could save some money. There had been a series of break-ins and rapes nearby, as well as several murders. No suspects had been arrested. One day, she was carrying her laundry in from the laundromat, and a dog appeared at her door. She said it looked like a white German shepherd with no collar, but healthy, so it was likely someone's pet. The dog made eye contact but showed no other signs of aggression. She let it sniff her hand and wagged its tail once. It seemed friendly enough, and thinking it was lost, she let it in to give it some food and water. The only food she had at the time was some hot dogs, so she put a bowl of water on the floor and grabbed a hot dog to feed it. The dog watched her the whole time. It didn't seem too interested in the hot dog, but gently took it in its mouth, turned around, and calmly walked out of the apartment. Later that night, my mother heard a noise from the bushes outside the bedroom window. She was afraid someone was trying to break in. She then heard barking and yelling coming from that same area. She knew she should have immediately called the police, but was too scared to move. She waited until the noise stopped and then she called. When the police arrived, they found that her window screen had been cut open with a knife. There was blood and white dog fur all in the bushes, and fur covering her nearby front porch. My mother realised that the dog had slept out front of her apartment all night until the man tried to break in. She believes that the dog was a guardian angel sent to protect her. And since then, she's been kind to every dog she meets. I'm not sure what really happened there, but whatever that dog was, my mother was very fortunate to have it on her side. So for background, I live with my family and we all find paranormal stuff ridiculous and illogical, right? I was never too firm in my refusal of anything else being out there. I'm skeptical, but benefit of the doubt, right? Nothing is impossible, yada yada. But I thought more likely than not, people are just making things up when they talk about paranormal experiences. I had never experienced anything paranormal, but one of my friends swears that this shit is real, and they've experienced unexplainable things. I should probably go to her about this if I'm being honest, but she's out of the country and she isn't online. So I thought, being the lurker that I am, there must be someone on here that talks about this stuff. And here I am. So myself and another friend who also doesn't believe in this stuff, we went round to her house and started playing some games. Not like Ouija boards or anything, because that's the point in buying something for stuff we don't believe in. We were playing these stupid fucking games and making fun of them and all this crap. Eventually, my friend just starts saying stuff out loud, asking stupid questions and doing like a mock ghost session thingy, and it was pretty funny. We were bored. And so everything is fine until she asks whatever to start doing things. like pushing objects off shelves and knocking pictures off walls or moving things or turning off lights. And so nothing's happening, and I think it's pretty funny because she looks so stupid, just speaking to the air like that. So I join in and we're laughing, and it's funny, until her water bottle falls off of her desk. Weird coincidence, kind of scary, but it was probably the wind or gravity. There were so many explanations. There wasn't much water left in it anyway, so it barely weighed anything. Her beside light kind of flickers too, but again, electricity, power cuts, you catch my drift. I'm kind of lost the mood. I'm feeling a little creeped out because of weird timing, but this stuff just eggs my friend on. She's grinning and laughing while joking about things touching us, like giving permission, I guess. I was a little weirded out, but again, not exactly anything I firmly believe in. And even if it did, she can't give permission for me, so it's her funeral. That was my thought process anyway. So we kind of just stop the jokes and the games there and decide to watch a movie instead. The whole thing just kind of left my mind, to be honest. I went home, showered, and went to sleep. Everything was fine. Nothing out of the ordinary at all. I had no dreams. I wasn't scared. I'm genuinely just so confused right now. So anyway, I wake up and my forearm kind of aches and hurts a bit, but it could just be a morning pain or whatever, and it would go away. So I go to the kitchen to make myself some breakfast and get dressed and everything. Then, when I'm changing my shirt, I see fucking scratches or something and like bruises and stuff on my arm. So I'm confused. And I think that they weren't there yesterday. And I didn't do anything yesterday to get these, so what the fuck? So I texted my friend who I was with yesterday, and she's confused as fuck as well, and is totally weirded out. But she shrugs it off and then jokes about it being like a ghost or something from yesterday. I kind of just went, ha, yeah, and we both went offline. So I kind of just sat there for a bit, no thoughts, just this building feeling of panic, and so I went outside, and here I am still. I texted my ghost-obsessed friend, but they didn't reply. So this is my last resort. That was until this incident occurred in 2015. I was visiting a friend in Portland for the weekend. Halloween weekend, as cliche as that sounds. The house my friend lived in with several other housemates was old. Everything creaked and groaned, especially at night. I wish I knew how old it was exactly, but I don't. On my initial tour of the house, I noticed it had a laundry chute from the upstairs bathroom leading to the basement cellar, where there are laundry machines and a bunch of old spooky furniture from residents past moulded and sat, getting covered in dust and spider webs. They never touched the old stuff, but it was there. I was in my mid-20s then, and was getting ready to go out with my buddy to a basketball game, then hit the bars. Whilst putting on my Halloween makeup in the bathroom mirror, I felt this odd sensation, this stillness. Then, in the pit of my stomach, I felt anxious butterflies. The kind of thing you feel when you're playing hide and seek, and you can see the seeker from where you're hiding, and they're moments away from finding you. I was kind of frozen in this trance for a moment when all of a sudden, a full roll of toilet paper tipped out from the rest of the pack, went onto its side on the floor, and began to unravel. With absolutely no draft in that bathroom, no fan, no gust of wind, this brand new roll of toilet paper just began to move and unravel by itself. And it was unraveling down the laundry chute. I stood there, eyeliner in hand, poised against my eyelid, watching this toilet roll unravel through the mirror in which I was doing my makeup. When it finally made it to the end of the roll, the cardboard inner roll just spun around in a circle for what felt like forever, and then stopped. I kept standing there for a moment, unsure what just happened. Suddenly, my friend knocked on the bathroom door, which startled me. "Hey, is everything okay in there?" I came out looking super pale, and he's like, "What's wrong?" I told him what happened, and he looked at me funny. He told me he was just in the basement and saw a ream of toilet paper come streaming down and fold over itself in a perfect zigzag. He led me downstairs, and sure enough, I saw the unraveled roll of toilet paper neatly folded over itself, with no one side being any longer than another. He kept telling me, "Seriously? You're telling me you didn't do that?" And he finally believed me after some convincing. He thought I was doing it and came up to check on me, thinking I was just playing around with toilet paper for some reason. But neither of us has been doing anything to provoke this incident. This started off with me relaxing and watching one of my favourite shows, The King of the Hill. During this, I fell asleep unintentionally. I entered a dream state, but thought I was still awake. Eventually, I would realise I couldn't move. I fell asleep laying on my stomach, and I couldn't move anything but my eyes. It felt like something was pushing me down. I moved my eyes towards the TV, and I could still see and hear everything going on in the show I was watching. Things started to get dark and blurry. I could feel something poking me on my rear end, and that's when I really started to get scared. I was stuck in this position and felt powerless, but I kept telling myself, "You gotta turn over. You gotta turn over." The feeling of this entity felt so entirely real and physical. I tried yelling but couldn't. Suddenly, I felt that I could move my left arm. With all my might, I did a punching motion while twisting over onto my back, and that's when I saw the entity for a few seconds, right before waking up. The best way for me to describe it was vibrational. The entity could feel that I had seen it, and it got up quickly and quickly shot out of the room. It was like a dark, big, blurry vibrational thing. Think about how invisibility is portrayed in movies and TV. It was like that. Almost like the cloak in Harry Potter, but it's a little darker. Right as this entity shot out of the room is when I had awoken from this dream state. One of the freakiest parts about this was how everything in the room was identical in waking life and in dream life. Everything from how my water bottle was positioned to the episode of the show I was watching. While I was in this dream state, I could make out details of every little thing in the room. It was vivid. I was really shaken up from this, and now afraid to fall asleep in this room. Luckily, I haven't had any sleep paralysis since then. It's something I can never forget. My great-grandmother Emily owned a house on Glenwood Avenue in Owasso, Michigan. She was fairly well off, so she let my mom's mother move into the house when she was falling on hard times with her husband and their kids. And my Gigi Emily moved out. I'm going to try to make this as easy to understand as possible, to who is who. So I'm going to lay out who moved into the house first. My grandma Pat, which is my mom's mom, has 3 kids. Charlotte, my mom, Chris and James. She was married to a man named Butch who also had 3 kids, Sandy, Lee, and Greg. These are all events that my mom and Grandma Pat both separately told me about throughout my life. I'm now 22 and have told my friends about them through the years, and I've been reading these posts and have decided to share the experiences I've learned about. They're 100% true. So before I start speaking about what happened before my mom, I want to share a bit about what happened to my great-grandmother Emily when she lived there. She told my grandma that some strange things had been happening in the house. When she was in bed, it felt like a cat walked over her, and she had no animals. Also, she told my grandma that something would tug her blanket at the end of her bed, and she would have to clutch it onto it or it would be pulled off. Water would also run in the bathroom constantly, and she would have to get up and turn it off throughout the night. My mom moved into the house, and she made some friends around the neighborhood. They would tease her about how a witch lived there before and did witchcraft in the basement and said the house was haunted. My mom brushed it off, thinking they were just trying to scare her. My mom said that her and her stepsister Sandy shared a room, and she said that red glowing eyes would look at them in the closet. My mom said that they would be so scared that they would sleep in the same bed, and Sandy even ran and flicked on the light and moved the toys around in the closet, thinking it was just a light. But as soon as the light would flick back off and Sandy got back into bed with my mom, they would reappear. My mom told me that they would pull long black hairs from the drywall leading to the staircase, and that the drywall would literally just crumble. My mom told me that one night, my grandma Pat was waiting for her husband Butch to get home. She was watching TV in the living room, and she was laying on a pull-out bed. She sat up to get a drink of water and had her feet on the floor, and something grabbed her ankle and squeezed and shook it so hard from underneath the bed that it left a bruise. She looked under the bed thinking it was one of the kids, and she saw that nothing was there. So she yelled for my mom to come out there with her until her husband got home. She told my mom what happened, and they were both terrified. I asked my grandma about this, and she told me the exact same thing. My grandma also told me that she saw large black figures in the home multiple times. I just got off the phone with my grandma to try and get everything as accurate as possible. She didn't have much time because she was at work, and she did tell me that a man hung himself in the basement, and she would see things in the kitchen a lot, like large black figures. The basement door was in the kitchen. She said that my mom would too, to the point that she would scream and cry multiple times from the age of 2.5. She told me that they moved out once because of the weird shit that was going on, and someone else moved in for a while, but they had to move back several years later, which was when she grabbed from under the bed. She said something grabbed my ankle and shook the hell out of it. My great-grandmother Emily owned the house the entire time, which is why they ended up back there. She also said that her son James saw the red glowing eyes, and all of the other kids would hear and see things constantly. But after things got physical with her when it grabbed her ankle, she got the hell out of there for good. She also said that renters wouldn't stop moving out of the house very quickly until someone purchased it some years later and had it blessed. She thinks they're still living there to this day. When I was around 15, my mom told me about this again because it was all so scary and interesting to me. I would have my mom retell me everything that happened in the house all the time, and I ended up finding the house online. While I was searching through articles to see if any information was available about the house, I found that right down the street was Rosevere Park, and it's said to be one of the most haunted places in Owasso. I'm not sure if it has any correlation with the house, but I just thought that was strange. When I was around 16, my stepdad worked as a mover. Someone he moved gave him this colourful hand-painted canvas of Marilyn Monroe. He took it home for me as a gift. My stepdad spent a lot of time down in the workshop in our basement when he wasn't at work. One day, when my mum and him were down there, I came down to ask my mum a question. I saw the canvas sitting against the wall, and I asked where it came from. My stepdad explained to me that he was going to give it to me as a gift, but for some reason, my mum didn't like it at all. She had no reason. My mom tried telling me she didn't want me to have it, but since I already saw it and wanted it, it would have been kind of ludicrous to keep it from me, since it was technically for me. I ended up hanging it in my room above my bed. We had a ranch-style house, and my bedroom was at one end of the house. The house was basically long and kind of narrow. Our basement was open, and the size of the long, narrow house, it was unfinished with brick walls that were painted a bright orange with concrete floors. It had 5 lights on the ceiling that went straight down the basement with drawstrings hanging from them to flick them on and off. It had 2 rooms off of the long corridor, both unfinished. One was the workshop and one was where the water heater was. The staircase to our basement was directly on the opposite side of the house from my bedroom. That night, I had 3 horrible, stressful nightmares, like the ones that make you wake up, trying to catch your breath. This continued for the next 3 days. In one of my dreams, my bed sank through the floor into the very back of the basement, directly below my bedroom. The basement was pitch black. I knew something was in there with me. I felt like I couldn't breathe because of sheer panic. I got up from my bed and instantly started rushing to try to get up the stairs on the opposite side of the basement, with something that felt so sinister chasing right behind me. I knew the creature was small and black because I saw it when I reached the bottom step because of the light that came through the crack of the basement door. I woke up before it could touch me, sweating, trying to catch my breath. For whatever reason, I connected my dreams to the painting by the third day. It was in my head by the second day, but I ignored it because I liked the painting. I thought that was kind of ridiculous to even think about, not fully knowing spirits can be connected to objects. I've always been super intuitive. Several of my aunts and great aunts on my dad's side were self-proclaimed witches, and I think it's just something that runs in the family to this day. My mom was a Christian woman, and we attended a Baptist church basically my whole life at that point. I told my mom, laughed, and said that it was probably just in my head, and that everyone had nightmares once in a while. I knew it was connected to the painting, so asked her to put it in her room. She thought it was silly, but ultimately agreed with it. Alright, we'll see. I placed the painting in her room against the wall, nearest to the side of the bed she slept in. Shockingly, she too had 3 horrible, stressful dreams. I remember her saying that one was one about kittens that were very sick and crusted shut eyes and flies all over them. She said it made her have an overwhelming feeling of complete and utter dread. She told me that she knew it was the painting too at that point and understood exactly what I was talking about. She immediately got it out of the house and the dream stopped. I asked her several years later what she did with it. She told me she ended up putting the painting in the trunk of her car and got sketched out within a few days of having it in there, and ended up stopping on the side of the road while driving, putting it at the end of someone's driveway for the garbage man to pick up. My family moved to a house in Swartz Creek, Michigan in 2004. It was my dad, Ronald, my mom, Charlotte, my sisters, Shira and Chelsea, my brothers, Ronnie and Dylan, and I. My name's Sabrina. I'm now 22, and this all happened between the ages of 9 and 11. Everything was fine until I think like 2007. My dad started getting super sick and jaundiced. Basically, his skin and the whites of his eyes were turning yellow. His mom came over and they were searching online trying to figure out what could be wrong with him, and the only thing that would come up was articles on cancer. He got checked out at his doctor's, and lo and behold, he had an aggressive form of pancreatic liver cancer. My dad was super healthy before all of this, so it was a huge shock. A few months later, my sister Shira started to get sick as well, and she was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma, which is a form of cancer as well. Really long story short, my dad ended up passing away 2 years later on March 27th, 2009. But it was only after my sister went into remission because he told her that he wasn't going to die if she was sick. After his passing, my other older sister Chelsea moved out of state to live with my uncle James in Washington state. So fast forward a bit. At this point, my dad had been passed away for nearly 6 months. Shira was home alone. My sister Chelsea told me that Shira called her frantically sobbing, saying that she had just seen my dad in the kitchen with his head down, crying. She was freaked out, saying that something had to be wrong and she didn't know what the hell was going on. 2 weeks later, Shira ended up in the hospital. The cancer had spread basically throughout her whole body. She was in the hospital for a few days, and I had just turned 11, so my mom didn't want me at the hospital, so really I had no clue what she was even admitted. I was just at a friend's house for a couple of days, which wasn't unusual for me. My brother Ronnie was at the hospital with my mom because he was 17. Ronnie told me that Shira had a tube down her throat, but she could still use her phone to type out what she wanted to say. She was awake, but weak. She pointed at the corner of the room and was trying to communicate, so he gave her the phone. She typed out to him that heaven and God were real, and that my dad was in the room along with my dad's dad, who passed away in like 2001. He asked her what they wanted, and she pointed to herself. She passed away within the next 24 hours on September 20th, 2009, at the age of 19. I know you can say that Shira was probably delusional or whatever, because she was about to die. But get this. While all of that was going on in the hospital, Chelsea was still living in Washington, and she got the earliest flight she could to get back to Michigan. The night Shira died was the night before Chelsea was leaving to come home. Chelsea was on the phone with my mom and Ronnie constantly, so she was up super late and she had an early flight. She said she was just so exhausted from trying to make sure she knew everything that was going on with Shira in the hospital that she accidentally fell asleep for about an hour. She said that she had a dream that my dad and his cousin Jennifer came to her in her dream, saying that Shira died and that she was with them now and that she's okay. That dream woke Chelsea up because that last she knew Shira was alive, and it freaked her out. Just a few moments after she woke up, my Ronnie called her saying Shira just passed away, and all Chelsea could say was that she already knew and told her about the dream. This story is true, and my mom told it to me plenty of times over the years. I also know this sounds super far-fetched because we only hear about this type of shit on TV, but it actually happened. When I was a baby, my mom attended a small, close-knit Baptist church in Flint, Michigan. The church had only about 15 to 20 people that would come regularly, so everyone knew each other. The pastor was close to our family in particular because my dad was in and out of jail constantly. My dad didn't attend church, but my mom was a dedicated Christian. All of this information came directly to my mom from our pastor and Valerie herself. I was born in August of 1997, so I'm assuming this took place around 1998, because my mom said I was a baby at the time, and she was breastfeeding me still. My mom befriended a thin, middle-aged woman named Valerie that was newer to our church. She would come now and again because her husband started to come regularly. Before I get into all this, I just know that I understand that all witchcraft is believed to be good. Everyone has their own beliefs, so don't come for me. Valerie came from a line of witches. She owned various spell books, Ouija boards, and other items that were passed down from her mother and grandma, etc. She practiced black magic religiously. She used her Ouija board daily to make all of her decisions, down to what she ate, what she bought, and what she was going to do for the day. She attended our church a handful of times and decided she wanted to convert to being a Baptist. Baptists don't get involved with black magic, so she decided she wanted to give up using her books and boards. Our church held services on Sundays and Wednesdays. As she started coming more regularly, she started getting sick and vomiting about an hour before each service, every week. She was beginning to see black figures constantly in her house and experiencing a lot of unexplained occurrences in her everyday life. People from our church noticed that she wasn't coming anymore and started to ask her husband if she was okay, because she was on the prayer list under unspoken, meaning nobody knew what was going on, just that she needed prayers. Eventually, our pastor started to speak to her husband, and her husband told our pastor about her past and how she was vomiting before service every week. He got very concerned and asked if she would come to service even if she got sick. My mom said she would sit in the very back section and literally vomit into a bucket the entire service. This happened for several weeks until she agreed to attend a meeting with our pastor, her husband, and a few of our deacons. After she went into detail about what she was experiencing, they came to the conclusion that she may be possessed. They told her an exorcism may be the only thing to help her. After she agreed, they all left from the church to go into her house to collect all of her books and tools she used for many years as the first step to help her. They decided to perform the actual exorcism the following day. During the exorcism, she sat down on a chair in our church, and as soon as they began reading from the Bible, she began foaming at the mouth and growling. She started getting violent, so they had to physically hold her down. But as soon as they did, she started literally throwing the grown men around. Mind you, she was £100. It took several hours, but they decided to end it because it seemed to have worked. The following couple of days after that, her son was complaining that he was still seeing shadows in his room. So our pastor decided to come and check it, if accidentally anything was left behind. Whatever negative energy or demon that was in her or her house still ended up being attached to a book in her son's room that had a unicorn on it, because after they found and removed the black shadows, stopped showing up in her house. After all of that, she attended church without any issues and was still there when we left to go to a different church closer to our house when I was around 6 years old. Again, all of this information came from my mom, directly from Valerie and our pastor. My fiancé and I, for the past year approximately, have thought something was in our apartment, besides just us. And it started out with once in a while just hearing different noises. We thought it was our cat just knocking something over, or a plate just sliding. But anytime we would check it out, the cat wasn't in the room, and nothing was moved or fallen over. So over the next few months, my fiancé got pregnant, and I'll go more into that. But all of a sudden, my cat was scared to go through the hallway, and he started to go through the hallway that divides all the rooms like a bat out of hell to get from the kitchen and living room. And once in a while, we would see shadow figures around the same spot. He wouldn't like to be near. And we just told each other it's nothing mean to us or doing anything negative towards us. So we just went on with life as always. And we got along so good and started getting ready for the baby to be born. But as time went on, we started to see more shadows and we just started arguing. And we're always on edge with each other and just really hatred towards each other and act like people we didn't even know anymore. I'm trying to move this along though and still let you know about some things that were happening. The baby was born and the cat just started acting very standoffish and was just very annoying and do anything that would upset us. And we thought it was just because the baby was here now, but that wasn't the case. And one night, I was playing with the baby and I was doing bicycles with him, and the bassinet had a melody playing. And I would say run, run, run to my son. And when I heard something else say what I was saying, that freaked me out really bad. And my cat was acting so bad that I actually was trying to find him a new home. And I had him for 5 years. He turned into a cat that I didn't know. And me and my fiancé were still being very negative toward each other, to the point where it was almost finished. But I finally did find my cat a home, and when he left, the house seemed so much quieter, and almost seemed like the house was a new house. And me and my fiancé both thought the same thing about the difference in the house, and we stopped arguing, and it was just very pleasant. We're both thinking that something either was attached to the cat, or followed him to the new home. And we always thought people were lying on TV when they would say the house felt lighter. But whatever was going on stopped 100% when the cat left. So I'm not exactly sure what was going on. I attend college in a small town that has a fairly colourful history. The student houses are very old and unkempt due to the lack of care from landlords. My sorority house lies within the old student houses, and it looks like a southern plantation home, white with tall pillars and a wraparound porch. This house has 8 bedrooms, 2 kitchens, and 2 bathrooms, so it's a fairly large home. I've never resided in the sorority house personally, but I have spent a great deal of time in that house, and have heard countless stories of what I believe are paranormal happenings. My first time at the sorority house was when I was a new member of the sorority. I had received a tour of the house, which included the bedrooms, common areas, guest room, and attic. The second I stepped up onto the second floor, I could feel a change in the atmosphere. The air seemed cold and eerie. My sorority sisters took me down a long and dark hallway, showing me bedroom after bedroom, until we finally reached the end of the hallway. At the end of the hallway was the guest room. This room in particular felt super odd. Maybe it was the strange shape of the room or the fact that the attic door was in that room. Continuing on the house tour, the sisters of the sorority asked me if I wanted to see the attic. I said yes, despite the warnings of it being really creepy and unsettling. I followed one of the sisters up the steep, dark stairs. The light switch was at the very top, so we used a flashlight to find our way up, which only added to the scary feeling of the attic. Once we got to the top and the light was switched on, I noticed that the walls were covered in cardboard that had a bunch of writing all over it. The attic was so strange. It felt like it didn't belong to the rest of the house, almost like I stepped into a completely different world. Eventually, the tour had ended, but my strange feelings toward the guest room and attic didn't. The more and more time I spent at the sorority house, the deeper my paranormal experiences grew. There was one night I was alone in the house with one other sister. Everyone had left for summer vacation, but my sorority sister and I happened to be visiting the college town, so we decided to meet up for a wine night at the sorority house. We were sitting at the kitchen table, which was right next to one of the staircases leading up to the second floor. We were just chatting, goofing around, and sipping on our cheap wine, when we heard a loud thud come from the second floor. We brushed it off, thinking it was just the house settling. We continued to have a good time, and then we heard the thud again and the sound of something metal dragging across the floor above us. We sat and listened quietly for a bit. The dragging stopped, but the sound of footsteps on the creaky floors soon followed. The footsteps sounded like they were coming closer to the top of the staircase. I looked at my sorority sister dead in the eyes, and we both knew that we needed to get out of the kitchen, away from the stairs. So, we ran into the living room and sat on the couch, staring into the kitchen. Some time had passed since the noises had stopped, so we decided to go investigate. We walked up the stairs and investigated the bedrooms and bathrooms. There was no sign of a disturbance until we went into the second floor kitchen. On the floor of the kitchen were two metal baking sheets that looked like they had fallen out of the cupboard. The cupboard door was open, and one baking sheet was found all the way across the kitchen floor, and the other one was found underneath the kitchen table. We picked up the baking sheets, closed the cupboard, and got the hell out of the sorority house for the night because we were so freaked out. Next, my sorority decided to do a giant sleepover at the house for a bonding experience. After playing games and watching movies, we decided to turn it in for the night, around 2 a.m. The only beds that were left open were the two twin beds in the dreaded guest room. Everyone hated sleeping in the guest room because it felt so creepy in there, but I was so tired that I didn't care where I slept at that point. As I was falling asleep, I could feel someone gently pulling on the blanket from the end of the bed. Thinking it was a prank, I switched on the bedside lamp to see who it was pulling the blanket, to see that no one was there. I brushed it off as being tired and tried to fall back asleep. About an hour had passed when I woke up to the sound of footsteps on the creaky floorboard, steps to the attic, and my blanket fell completely off the bed. The footsteps were really loud, almost like stomping. I sat up staring at the door when the doorknob to the attic started moving on its own, and the door started shaking. There's a chain door guard on the door, so it would be hard for someone to be on the inside of the attic with the guard still in place. It felt like an eternity before I felt comfortable enough to leave the bed to sleep somewhere else. The next morning, I was telling some of the other sisters about the attic door, and someone else had shared with me that they had an awful nightmare that night about a man trying to get them to come into the attic. She said that the man in her dream felt evil. Another one of my sisters mentioned that there was a journal that had a collection of paranormal stories that had happened since my sorority moved into the house, since the late 90s.